Alright, it looks as if we are back with the run of Yakuza 0 by FroobMcGuffin. I want to give him a very, very huge shout out and a very, very warm thanks from the SpeedCon team for jumping in with this run, because originally in the schedule was supposed to be a run by Yakuza, of the game Yakuza Ishin, by Valery, who unfortunately had to drop out very short term. And Valery left a donation for us because, yeah, with a message to the runner saying, "Hello, Valery here. I'm actually really devastated to cancel the run of Yakuza Ishin because I suddenly started to feel bad and sick. Thanks again, and huge shout out to Froob for being a lifesaver and showing Yakuza 0. Froob, I owe you one. Don't know what I can give or do to you, but I really owe you one. Thanks." And thank you so much for the donation. Very sorry you can't be here, but I'm very glad we have a replacement. And with that, I'm giving it away for you, Froob. Take it away.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a shame because it was going to be Ishin's very first marathon showing, so we're a little upset, but hopefully we can rectify that again in the future. Either way, this is Yakuza 0. It's a little weird because you just saw Yakuza Kiwami by Hoxie. This game comes before Yakuza Kiwami. Just to show off quickly, I am standing in the middle of the bridge in Chapter 4. You might be wondering why that is. I've just done a little bit of SpeedTech setup that you will see in about an hour and a half. So that's just to preface there, just that we've got some shenanigans going on. But this is Yakuza 0. We are going to start up on easy. It might be easy, but trust me, the difficulty, it's gonna get hard. So we're gonna get ready to go on time in 3, 2, 1, go. So as I just said, this is Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 is chronologically the first game in the series, but came out about 5 years ago. For the series' 15th year anniversary, it is the 20th anniversary this year, and basically, this game is like a very beforehand like build up into the events of what you just saw in Yakuza Kiwami run by Hoxie, and essentially, we're in the late 1980s. We are a young, as you can see, Kazuma Kiryu. And we are in Kamurocho. This is during the bubble period in Japan, which makes this one of the more unique settings for a game. And actually, the whole setting and the whole like bubble period with like the economy and stuff is actually going to be a factor into the gameplay. So what we're going to do is going to run down, and we are still currently a member of the Kazuma family, which is a subsidiary of the Tojo family. We're gonna come and see these guys shaking down someone on our turf, and we're gonna teach them a lesson. And if you've ever seen a Yakuza game before, if you've ever played a Yakuza game, you know exactly what's about to happen. We're about to have our first fight tutorial. Yakuza 0 has a lot of those fight tutorials. You can hit multiple enemies just like in Kiwami with these rush combos. I am not doing a good job, so I'm gonna get myself into position here, and hopefully, nope, but these guys should be in a better position. There we go. And then again, you can hit multiple with this one. Unfortunately, I have not. So what we're looking for here is that enemies who get this red aura around them, because this means they're in the aggro state. Having 3 of them in the aggro state is a very, very, very bad thing. Might be trouble. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and take care of as many as I can. This is why. Having enemies in the aggro state, as you can see, have them completely mess up every single one of your combos, which is where you really don't want to get more than at least 2 enemies in this aggro state. You can basically counter that by only knocking them to the ground once. Nice miss, Kiryu. And even the last guy wanted to aggro it up. That's not a good sign. It's not a good sign when more than 2 of them aggro up, and for all 4 of them to aggro up is, that's ill omens, that is. So, essentially what the enemies do in the aggro state, they have a little bit of extra hyper armor, so sometimes you'll punch them and then they'll flash blue, and that will basically negate your attack and it won't stun them. That will happen a couple of times. We can actually utilize that in places in like a beneficial way, but that was not pretty. As you saw, we were getting kind of knocked around a little bit, which really sucks. There's not that many places in the run where we'll have multiple enemies who aggro like that. It's mainly in the main game where the end game that will happen. But when we get to that point, we will also have ways of actually dealing with that. So This lovely fella next to us, this is Nishiki, this is our BFF. You might recognize him from the end of Yakuza Kiwami. Less knife inside of his gut this time. Kind of useful. But this is kind of like a little origin story, in a way, of just like us meeting Nishiki. We're off to go and have some fun, off to go and do some karaoke. Unfortunately, on the way we get stopped by these two drunks. This is going to be the second tutorial. And this is going to be the tutorial for our heat moves, etc. So, if you've ever seen a Yakuza game, much like you probably just saw with Yakuza Kiwami and Nishiki getting stabbed in the gut, you'll notice that when the heat bar at the top left is a little different in 0 to Kiwami, for reasons that I'll explain in a little bit. But what we want to do here is we want to do 2 heat attacks. After every single heat attack, there is a little bit of downtime so that you can't spam heat attacks. So we're going to punch him twice, bring him away from the wall, use another heat attack, because this one is the fastest one. Run down here. Oh, I did that too early. So I wanted to wait an extra second there so that his attack wouldn't hit me whilst I was waiting for the tutorial screen to go away. Happens sometimes, but it's whatever. Usually that tutorial goes the exact same way every time. You can get those two together to hit them together. It's a little finicky because they like to move when they stand up, but it's, yeah. Usually that's how it happens, and you saw that in that fight we got a little notification that said we beat 5 enemies in the brawler style. That is a completion point, aka a CP point, where, as you can see there, and much like you saw with Yakuza Kiwami just a little while ago, we can exchange those completion points for certain different upgrades. In terms of the speedrun, much like Kiwami, we're only going to be getting them for sprint. And I mentioned about the bubble economy. This is basically one of the big important factors about that, in that we're going to be putting money into ourselves. You'll see we already have 261,000 yen. You saw as well when we attacked the enemy that money flew out of them, because this is the bubble period. In terms of gameplay, and this is a fun little thing where, because of the fact that it is gameplay, what happens is when you attack the enemies, money literally flies out of them. And because money flies out of them, you can get a lot of money in this game. Now for the tragic part of Yakuza speedrunning. The only minigame that is consistently skippable across any and all Yakuza games is karaoke. And karaoke does take like 5 minutes, so unfortunately it has to be skipped, which sucks. One day we will have a Yakuza game that doesn't have skippable karaoke. Unfortunately today is not that day. So, what was happening at the start of the game that you didn't see in cutscenes that we skipped was Kiryu was shaking a man down for some money down an empty lot. Basically down an alleyway called the Empty Lot. And we went to get some noodles with Nishiki after the karaoke, and we found a news report that said the guy that we shook down is actually dead. Now, we didn't do that. We didn't kill the guy. We definitely didn't beat him up anywhere near enough for him to die. So we're now phoning up the head of the family that we're currently like in the umbrella of, which is the Dojima family. And we're going to go and speak to Dojima Family HQ's 3 lieutenants. So let's go over there. So this is one of the early reset points of the run, is this crossroad right here. It's very rare, it's only like a 10% chance for it to happen, but you can have a fight spawn there. That fight spawn is pretty much unavoidable unless it's going one way, which is kind of a pain in the backside. So thankfully it's not there. So you're going to see your first sighting of the lad. He goes by the name of Kuze. You will see Kuze again multiple times. You might even see him in the next 20 minutes if I'm speedrunning well. If we don't see him in the next 20 minutes, something's gone horribly wrong. There he is. Also, while this goes off, I need to do something real quick. 2 secs. Sorry about that. Hey, so, we got a complete grilling about, obviously, the guy dying. We said, you know, it's not our fault. We weren't the ones that killed him. This is the guy who we were getting the loan money for. He's a loan shark. So we are now going to go and pay him a visit and see what's going down. Unfortunately, here's Bacchus. So Bacchus is our trainer for one of our fighting styles. And Kamoji there is the trainer for our second. And this lovely lad in the red shirt who is walking onto frame now is Bruno. we hate Bruno. Bruno is the biggest sticking point of resets in any Yakuza 0 run because Bruno does what Bruno wants and Bruno does not care. So, we are having the game's first revelation whilst watching Kamoji beat up on Bruno. That's rad. This is Rush style. This is a style that you will only see us use for specifically movement purposes. In terms of fight stuff, it's not that useful in Zero. You will see... You'll see, you can probably guess. If you've ever played Yakuza 0, you'll know what fighting style is broken in this run. And oh god is it broken, and I will teach you the secrets how. But unfortunately, we're going to have to do a tutorial against old Bruno. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get tutorialized on how to switch styles, switch to Rush. I'm kind of sideways, which sucks. So what I want to do is I want to knock Bruno into a wall so that he goes down and guards. This is a shame because he's too close to the boxes. This is a bad Bruno. Heck yeah. There you go. So, every tutorial boss, so if there's like a single enemy like Bruno, every tutorial boss that has like extra HP, for some reason they take extra damage from heat attacks. So in regards to Bruno, for example, he will go down with one heat attack. The trouble is getting Bruno on the ground for said heat attack, because if Bruno goes on the ground on his back, he will get up instantly, and you have essentially a 1 to 2 frame window to execute that heat attack. And that just doesn't happen very often. So what we like to do is we like to try and position Bruno next to a wall or next to like the garbage that was on the right hand side. And when we do that, we can knock Bruno into the wall of the garbage, he bounces off, and then he lands on his front. And by doing that, he actually stays on the ground for a longer period, like you saw there. Sometimes he will still just get up, though. Bruno is as Bruno does. That's a bad fight spawn. That's a real bad fight spawn. Great. That's actually very bad. I should have gone down the other alleyway. Oh. Alright, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. You actually dodged. Wow. Okay, so for literally any Yakuza run, with potentially the exception of 7, as we don't know about 7 because it's not out in the West yet, with every single Yakuza run that's available in the West, all of them are optimized to have 0 optional fights. So that optional fight right there, pretty bad. Also, I've personally been playing Ishin casually, and the trouble with playing Ishin casually is that because it's a Japanese-only game, confirm and cancel are swapped around from circle to X, and I keep holding the wrong button to do things like enter doors or skip through text. I'm really hoping that my muscle memory starts to kick in at some point soon. So the nice thing is, at least I'm now in the right style for this, so I can just go completely ham on this guy straight away. There we go. Take care of you. So every enemy at the start, we want to take them out with a triple light strong combo. For this room here, what we're going to do is we're going to use a heat attack on this guy because it's going to hopefully make the other 2 enemies scared and walk a bit more closer to each other. Ah, the other guy walked away. Shame. So I wanted them to get together because I would have been able to take them both out with a single full 4 square into triangle combo. So full 4 light into strong. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. That sometimes happens. They like to do what they like. It's pretty much the RNG of this run, is that enemies and their like fight positions are like the big kind of RNG. Like, because this is the old engine, much like Kiwami, we can manipulate enemies' AI to do kind of what we want a little bit, but it's not foolproof. Like, it's not something that we can say works 100% of the time. But either way, we found Kuze up to no good with the loan shark, and we're now gonna get a pager from Nishiki who says we need to go and meet him at the Kazuma family office. Kazuma is obviously our foster father. If you saw Hoxie's run before this, you'll have known about him. He is currently in jail. For reasons we don't know why, somebody set him up. And what we're going to do before we go there is we're actually going to head over to the Popo on Tenkaichi Street. So, that's good. So this is a convenience store. There's 4 of them around the city. We're going to need to go to a couple of them. But the reason we want to go here now is that the store clerk here, she becomes what is known as a friend event. So there's a whole bunch of friend events in this where you speak to certain people around town. They become your friends. You build up a meter with them. She becomes a friend event in Chapter 2, partway after the start. So what you can do now is you can speak to her now before she becomes that friend event. And we skip out on about 30 seconds of unskippable dialogue. So, Kashiwagi on the left there, you'll see him again later. He's the absolute boss. He's hanging. He's managing the place whilst Kazuma is in jail. And what we're gonna do is, our big grand plan is that we're going to leave the Yakuza to stop the heat coming down onto the Kazuma family, to stop making trouble for our old man, and then we're going to go and try and find out who was the one who actually killed that person inside of the empty lot. And with this, we'll be going to our very first set piece of the run, with another absolutely infuriating character. This lad right here on the left. His name is Yaneda. Yaneda's a punk and I don't like him, because Yaneda likes to hit you in the back constantly. And I mean constantly. So, you know, all you want to do is hit everybody with this urn. We want to earn 2 million yen so we can get a very specific move upgrade for damage. Perfect. But Yaneda here, he absolutely loves to just get in your way. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab Yaneda. Now that we get Power Surge 1 to increase our damage, we're going to use the attack here on Yaneda and take him out. Which also helps because that gives us extra money. How you take care of enemies denotes how much money you get from enemies. So killing enemies with weapons gets you a tiny bit more. Killing enemies with a heat attack gets you even more. And you can see as well, now that we've got an extra attack buff, get in the right corner, that's okay. Both of them? Shame. So you can take care of multiple enemies with also the triple light strong combo brawler. Hopefully we can get the right Yaneda combo here. There we go. If you hit that at the right time, you can get Yaneda before he stands up. Sometimes Yaneda will just stand up anyway, or guard, he doesn't care. You don't want to use your heat coming out of the Yaneda fight, so you can save your heat for this guy. Then we want to specifically move forward and spawn in the rest of the enemies on this floor. This way, what happens at the end of this section here, after we take care of Yaneda here, is we're going to get 3 more enemies spawned from up the top of the stairs. But once you've taken care of all the enemies, it's going to teleport us to where we need to go. So by spawning in the enemies early, a nice double there, that was very nice, then we can actually save a whole bunch of time. And you saw there that because I'd already hit him with the body of the other guy, I knew that I was able to do just a 2 light into strong combo to finish him off. So a lot of the Zero stuff is basically knowing how much HP an enemy has, knowing, yeah, there you go, there's your guard. Knowing how much HP an enemy has, knowing what it's going to take them out, etc. Coming out of this with 8.9 million is good. Money is actually a factor in this run. We're going to be needing a certain amount of money for taxi stuff, but also when we get to one of the late game chapters, we're going to need a specific amount of money. In total for move upgrades, not counting the 30k that we have already spent for Brawler, we're gonna need something like, I think it's something like 270 million. Which is a heck of a lot, but trust, we can get that. So, we're gonna start in the bathroom. Get as many multi-hits as we can. This guy usually guards. So I'm just gonna run around him. Please stay together. Beautiful fight. So this is Yaneda. This is where I'm going to do a couple of new strats. So we're going to hit him with a full combo. Hit him with a free. Drag him over to this sink and use the heat move, because this sink heat move, as you'll see, does an insane amount of damage. an insane amount of damage. So usually we used to just do normal heat moves, but that one heat move will just take Yoneda out. There goes Yoneda. Not dead, by the way. You'll see him later on, where he will be dead. So, with that brings us to the end of the set piece, and we're going to go to the first boss of the run. Whose name isn't Bruno, because Bruno is just a wall, and we don't care about Bruno. It's Kuze. Say hello to one of the best fighting themes in any video game ever. So, we're going to start off by doing a normal combo. The first hit will connect with Kuze. I'm going to run and kick him to try and flip him over. Do a heat move. And now we're going to try and build up our heat for the next heat move that we want to do when he gets close to his mid-fight QTE point. So if you saw Yakuza Kiwami with its mid-fight QTEs, we have a whole bunch of mid-fight QTEs. You have to go through every mid-fight QTE. Should be close enough. I'm not going to hit him again so I don't mess it up. Hey, don't break the guard now, fella. There you go. I want to do this heat move specifically because it does more damage. And then we can do a couple of moves to him, a couple of kicks to him while he's on the ground. Then wait for the mid-fight QTE. So the reason why we want to delay this as long as possible is because after every mid-fight QTE, the boss goes into their heat mode. In their heat mode, they have extra defense. So we want to make sure, obviously, we delay that as long as possible. This won't kill, I don't believe, because of his extra defense. Close enough. That's a beautiful Kuze. That is an absolutely beautiful Kuze fight. Damn near flawless. I'll take that. So, Kuze inadvertently accepted our resignation from the Yakuza, so Kuze has been fighting a civilian this entire time, which means that Kuze, unfortunately, has to give up his little finger. Kuze's a little upset about that. So, lost and confused, we go back out onto the streets of Kamurocho. We get picked up by this lad here. His name is Tachibana. You'll learn about Tachibana a little later on, but he has given us a job offer. He is working with our old man Kazuma from jail or something, and he wants basically our help. So one of the other things that I didn't mention so far is the sprint system. You can see that Kiryu is kind of panting and throwing his head backwards. This is the stamina system. You'll have seen it again if you saw Hoxie's earlier Yakuza Kiwami run. But essentially, when a little bit of time has elapsed, Kiryu will run out of stamina, and then you'll stagger for a couple of seconds. Much like the Kiwami run from earlier, we will be spending our completion points on extra stamina levels. Very important. For now, we're going to go back to the Kazuma family office. We're going to see old Kashiwagi, sad Kashiwagi in window. Oh. But we're not a part of the family anymore, so... So Nishiki's going to turn up. I'm kind of surprised that we're alive. Same, honestly. And with that, we're going to head and find out some info on Tachibana real estate. But this is actually the game tutorializing us on something else. Something large. You can see him looming in the distance. Those who have played this game know him. Those who have played this game fear him. His name is Mr. Shakedown. Hi, Mr. Shakedown. So, Mr. Shakedown is the raid boss of Yakuza 0. With Yakuza Kiwami, it was Majima. With Yakuza 0, it is Shakedown. Now, Shakedown, if he beats you, takes your money. In Yakuza Kiwami, you have to make sure you beat Majima for the speedrun. For 0, nope. So, we're just going to grab Shakedown to get knocked down, wait patiently to get thrown, stand up, and then I'm going to try and hit him and hope he punches me. Because that ends the fight when we get up. So, by doing that, that's the quick transition out of the fight. So if you see when we beat that optional fight earlier, the one that we weren't supposed to see, you saw how the screen kind of like went blue and then everything slowed down? That happens when you lose a fight in this, but by doing that with Shakedown, you get to the perfect HP threshold that doesn't happen and the game just says, alright, you're done, you're not winning this fight, and basically takes you out of it. It's very useful, and because it's a tutorial, you don't actually lose any of your money, which is hyper useful. And with that, we are now going to go back home. And with that as well, Shakedown is now walking around the map, and sub-stories are now also subsequently on the map, including friend events. So this is the part of the Yakuza 0 where everything opens up. And yes, I know that Shakedown can spawn here because I've had him right here before. Very, very rare, but yes, it happens. So we should talk about enemy aggro, because enemy aggro, again, if you saw the Kiwami run earlier, you probably saw a little bit of Hoxie explaining it. Essentially, the enemy aggro works like this in every Yakuza game from 0 onwards. You can only have one set of enemy aggro on you at a time. So if we have one set of enemy aggro notice us immediately, then the next set of enemy aggro that we walk down the street towards will not aggro onto us if the first set of enemy aggro is still onto us or is coming off of cooldown. This also applies to Shakedown. You can utilize that to run past Shakedown. You can use Shakedown to run past enemy spawns. It's a wonderful kind of little setup. Where, like, obviously with these three here in front of us, that's going to get my attention now. If there was, like, a group of enemies further ahead than them, if I didn't have to come in here anyway, we would have been able to use them to walk past them. In here, we're going to get the sake and the confectionery gift box. Is that what I need, sake? Yeah, okay, we're good. Just had to double check there. My mind went completely blank for a second, I'm not quite sure why. Either way, this is one of the parts that I criticise Yakuza 0 about in regards to new players, in that Yakuza 0 doesn't tell you what you're supposed to do here. You're supposed to talk to the two NPCs outside of the Popo, but you're not actually restricted on where to go in Kamurocho, so you can just walk around and find the place you're supposed to go completely by random. Thankfully, that works as well, obviously, in the speedrun, so we just go here and find someone called Miss Tatsu. Miss Tatsu is the last of our masters, and the owner of our final revelation, and our final form of the speedrun. Watch this. More specifically, watch this move. This is Essence of the Beast Torment. It's the last move we'll be getting. We'll use it for a certain couple of boss setups. It's strong. But this is Beast. And as we say very often in the Yakuza speedrunning community, Beast is broken. You saw how broken it was with Yakuza Kiwami. Allow me to show you why it's broken in 0, because Max Crush is only available in Yakuza Kiwami. So Yakuza Kiwami's speed tech, which utilizes glitches throughout the entirety of the any % run, is actually unique to Yakuza Kiwami. Which also means that Beast's tech in Yakuza 0 is unique to Yakuza 0. And we're about to bulldoze through this entire game. So, the usual tutorial. Switch to Beast. Go over here, grab a weapon. You have to grab a new one each time, which is why I'm staying in the corner using these boxes. I'm hoping that with the last one I can hit... That's not what I wanted, because I need this sign. That sucks. I'm just gonna knock these guys down, hopefully. That's really bad. Now, I'm actually hoping some enemies will get up, because as you can see, I need to get hit a couple of times. That's a lot of aggro, guys, which is kind of good for speed, but not good for hit. Really not good for hit. So what we're going to do is going to go over here, and we're going to go to our abilities. Power Surge 1. It's obviously a power upgrade. Heat Retention Damage 1, which doesn't matter too much, but we have to get it because it's on the way towards Golden Fist. Boost the power of our attacks while in heat mode at the 2nd and 3rd bar. Not so aggro anymore, are you, sir? I might not have looked that impressive that we just took it down everybody in one hit, but just wait about 30 to 45 seconds. So, the more heat that you have, the more damage you do. Now, this move is so strong that it wasn't in Yakuza Kiwami. The RGG devs are very, very good at seeing what is broken between each game and then removing it after the fact. Breaker got a lot of nerfs. The max crush thing for Yakuza Kiwami's run seems to be a glitch. We definitely don't think that it's intentional. The Golden Fist is. So, I'd like you to watch this guy's HP bar real quick. We're going to grab him. We're just going to do a heat move, and we're just going to sit back and watch. A man is not walking again. That was his entire HP bar in one go. So, if that didn't seem impressive, wait 10 minutes for the end of the chapter. Because trust me, we're not done. Beast is now broken because of Golden Fist. Golden Fist is disgustingly broken in ways that you will see. So, we're trying to find some info on said Tachibana real estate. We've heard from the cafe manager that we just saved that they're operating out of a building, I think it's the Hakua building, over on Shichifuku Street here. So again, we have to be careful because Shakedown is on the map, and obviously fight spawns are as well. There is a sub-story on the right-hand side. You see those two talking over there. That is a sub-story, so we're staying far away from it as we possibly can until we hit the story trigger. So we're going to go inside, and you're going to very briefly see a character called Oda. Oda is an employee of Tachibana Real Estate, and we'll be seeing him again real soon. But we kind of see their little methods of forcing people out of these buildings. Tachibana Real Estate is trying to gobble up as much real estate around this part of Kamurocho as possible, for reasons not yet known. So they've now moved on to the next job because, you know, they've managed to force the cafe owner out of this one, the last person in the building. And this guy is telling us that Tachibana is... his techniques are so underhanded and dirty that even the Tojo clan have taken notice of him. So we need to go and speak to certain homeless guys, but we need to go and speak to a set of NPCs before we can find them, because the game won't spawn them in. And yes, I've messed that up before. So this is the Vincent Crossroad. This guy walking towards us is the fight spawn. I'm going to intentionally run into him. Good. We didn't actually get a bad fight spawn around the corner anyway. But the Vincent fight spawn, the Vincent corner, the Vincent Crossroads right there is one of the two worst places for fight spawns in this entire run. The other one you'll also be seeing in about 5 minutes time, which sucks. The Vincent Crossroad is awful, because with the Vincent Crossroad, you have to run past that corner. There can be, I believe it's 6 different enemy spawns that can happen there, and only 2 of them are good, and you very rarely get them. That was one of them. We're going to get the last 2 pieces of alcohol that we need. We're going to go down here and we're going to grab the Scotch whiskey, and then we're going to go to Don Quixote and get the champagne. Now, the champagne and the Scotch whiskey are both available in the dream machines, with the champagne being in the 10,000 yen and the Scotch whiskey being in the 1 million dream machine, respectively. The downside to that is that you have a 1 in 16 chance to get the champagne and a 1 in 13 chance to get the Scotch whiskey. It's not a guarantee, so you do want to be a little careful. And the other problem is, with how we do Kiryu in the run now, you sometimes don't have 1 million yen to spare, depending how well or how badly the first chapter set piece went, in terms of Yoneda's first room. Fight spawn there doesn't matter, because we're going into the park. That's what happens if you run out of stamina, by the way. See how close that was to getting me into a fight? That's how long you stay down. This is why you do not want to run out of stamina. So, all these homeless lads are talking about working for Tachibana Real Estate. We're going to go up and ask them about it, and each one of them, in turn, is going to ask for some alcohol. This is the entire reason why we just bought a whole bunch of alcohol. All of them have worked for Tachibana Real Estate. So this is the other part of Yakuza 0 that I will fairly criticize in that you need 5 different pieces of alcohol. You need to go to pretty much all 4 of the different shops around town to get one that's unique to each. So obviously the champagne, as you saw, was unique to Don Quixote. Sweet Potato Sochu is unique to the Popo that we passed on Tenkaichi. There you go. The malt beer is the one that you can get everywhere. Scotch whiskey is only available at the Pink Street entrance. Popo. The game, as you can see here, says if we hit up a few convenience stores, we'll find it. The game doesn't tell you that much about where to find these alcohol pieces. I love this game to death. I can give it good constructive criticism in that it really doesn't help new players at this part. Also, the other thing. The only time the game taught us how to guard was for the Beast tutorial. That's after the first set piece. So if you do start with Yakuza 0, then I do recommend stocking up on healing items and also learning that L1 is the guard button. Most people just figure it out, but it is past a hard set piece, so kind of unfortunate. So, these lads are going to tell us about Tachibana real estate. They're hanging out over in the Champion District, so we're going to go and head over to the Champion District right now. Thankfully, unlike Kiwami, you can see that there's no guy hanging around on that corner as a sub-story. Shout out to the amount of times Kiwami runners have ran into that guy, because I'm one of them. Multiple times. Now, unlike Kiwami, we won't be going out of our way to do any sub-stories for items. Unlike, obviously, Hoxie and Kiwami earlier getting the leech gloves, there was Shakedown. Okay, so, if you're keeping a running track of how many times Shakedown turns up in this run, 1 so far. The average is usually 2. Bad fight spawn. This is why I held on to my stamina, so I could run around this corner. What we want to be careful of now is that group of enemies is in a glitch state of alert. So basically, they are permanently glitched right now. And until we got to this cutscene here, they would stay in that glitch state of alert, and if they saw me, they would get into an instant fight with me. It happens very rarely, but it usually happens in places like this, where if you have enemy aggro going into an area trigger, that enemy aggro will carry over. So you have to be a little careful. So we're going to try and take care of these 3. It's not easy to do it in a single combo, sadly, so we're just going to hopefully get them in too. That one guy is walking away. As long as we don't pick up a baseball bat, we're fine. And then we're going to meet up with old Oda. There he is. So, Oda confirms to us that the Dojima family is also trying to get land around the area for a specific reason. He's going to make a call to Tachibana. Make sure we're trustworthy. Which we are. And then Oda's going to invite us to have a little chit-chat at their place over in Theatre Square. So, we're going to go meet Tachibana. So, we're going to run through the Champion District. There are usually set spawns here where we know what's going to happen. That's a fight spawn that somehow hasn't noticed me, which is very lucky, so I'm just going to run out. I really don't know how that didn't notice me. That's bizarre. Not going to complain, but that's bizarre. So, oh, that's a bad fight spawn. Oh, that's a very, very bad fight spawn. Because you can get stuck behind the cone. Oh, that was lucky. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. This run is trying to be mean already. One check-down sighting and 2 bad fight spawns. Alright. These happen sometimes. So what we're going to do is going to go to the right to avoid Pocket Circuit. We're going to go to the left to avoid the Yankee sub-story. Basically, there's 2 sub-stories there that take... Pocket Circuit takes like a minute and a half if you accidentally walk into it. Oh god. That's a fight spawn, that should be fine. I'm not doing well at holding my stamina, which is bad, but we're good. Lovely. And the game slightly hints that something's going to happen when we go into here. So Oda has left us a little test. Gosh darn it, Oda. So the nice thing is this fight's super easy. Very, very easy. But what we're going to do is going to use this fight to build up our heat. That way we'll do full damage for the fight after this one. So the only one you have to worry about is this guy directly in front of us with the stun rod. We're going to dodge to the right, grab this table, and hopefully cleave through everybody with the table. Unfortunately, there's a couple of people who are standing away from one another, which sucks. Kind of a bad fight, but that's fine. And then we're going to go up and we're going to meet Oda. There he is.
Oda.
Yo.
So,
you probably saw it in Oda's hand there for a second. Oda has a tonfa. I mean, as he says, he wanted to test us. Fair dues. Fair dues. So, in this fight, there's a little bit of luck. It's a little bit of luck as to whether this fight starts well or not. We're going to want Oda to move to his right, aka our left. You can pretty much split this room down the middle, where on the left-hand side is 2-handed weapons that are really strong. On the right is a table with a whole bunch of chairs. You'll think the whole bunch of chairs would be better. Nope. 2-handed weapons in this game are the best, as you will see in a second. So, please go left. Nice. Watch his HP when we hit him with this chair. Each sofa has 4 hits. We're going to hit him with 3 hits, and then we're going to hit him with said chair's heat attack. We're then going to grab, hopefully, it's not going very well, the next piece of furniture so that he doesn't destroy me, because he's going to use his hyper armor now. Oh, Oda. Excuse me. We're going to hit him with the table. Then we're going to dodge out the way so he doesn't hit us. Chair him up. We're not going to do... We usually do a second heat move when we grab the second chair, but because we took so long, we're just going to grab that chair and just hit him in the face. So, Otachiban is going to demonstrate his ability. Basically, he has a lot of money and can get the power to the city turned off. As you do. And then he's going to tell us all about his plan to get this place called the Empty Lot. Now, we're now going to switch perspectives. We're now in Sotenbori, Osaka. And whilst we're in Sotenbori, Osaka, say hello to the game's second playable character, Majima Goro. Now, this tutorial is all about whether this guy's AI is aggressive or not. There is one particular move that I would like to see him do right now. Do your big long punch combo. It's not it. I'm upset. But he is being quite aggressive, and then he stops. So the reason why I wanted the punch combo is that the punch combo lasts long enough to count as 2 dodges. When it counts as 2 dodges, you can get out that heat move straight away. He's now not being aggressive at all, and that is unfortunate. You can tell how well you're doing in this tutorial going via the background music. You want to be out of this fight by the time the crescendo hits, which is... now. So that's okay. I'd say we're pretty much lost 5 seconds to that. You can lose something like 10 to 15. If his AI decides to be completely non-aggressive, you will just lose time. That tutorial isn't a problem on harder difficulties like Legend, because on Legend difficulty, his AI is cranked to just try and destroy you. As is every other AI on Legend, but there you go. And something that I forgot to mention, actually, is that, yes, we are running this on easy. No, do not conflate that with the fact that the run is easy. It's not. With Majima, for example, we will not be getting any healing items whatsoever. And let me tell you now, there's a very high chance of dying at multiple spots in this run. I've been doing this run for almost 3 years at this point, and even to this day, with the vast amount of Yakuza knowledge I have, this run can still get very hard. It's a common misconception a lot of people have. I did the wrong dialogue choice. Good job. Certain dialogue choices are quicker than others. I did the wrong one. That one's the better one there, because whilst it has more dialogue, it has less animations to skip through, or unskippable animations like the first dialogue choice that you saw. But most of the misconception about the Yakuza games is that the runs are easy. They're not. They're all difficult in their own way, shape, and form. For example, with Yakuza Kiwami, which you would have seen before this run, Hoxie had to stay at max HP to get max damage. We don't have to worry about that, which is a luxury, let me tell you. What we do have to worry about is that most chapters will heal us except for one. I'll point that chapter out when we get there. But damage stacks hard towards endgame in this run. And there are certain other runs as well, like Yakuza 6. Don't worry, I won't go into any plot details about that. Certain runs like Yakuza 6, where we get 2 pieces of equipment that take our base defense of 100 down to 50, so that we can raise our attack by 55 and go over the soft cap. And we don't get any HP or defense upgrades to rectify that. Yakuza 6's speedrun on easy, you die in 3 hits. It's beautiful. It is a thing of absolute masochism, and it's one of the funnest Yakuza runs you will ever see. I know that sounds like a crazy man is saying that, just trust me, alright? But one of the things that I want to lead this segue into is that there are a couple of Yakuza games where you can take the any percent strats from easy and go straight into Legend with. This is one of them. Would I recommend it? Absolutely not. I would recommend that, especially if you're just starting out, I would recommend that you actually get a couple of... Come on, Kamaki. Hey, bro. I would recommend that you get a couple of HP defense upgrades. And not connect. You know? So we want to do a specific heat move against Kamaki here. Hopefully the game won't glitch out on me. It did not. For some reason, the tutorialized move that we did just before that one, which you need to have an enemy either attacking you or you be behind the enemy. For some reason, it can glitch out, and you do that one despite the fact that Kamaki is on the ground. And it doesn't kill him in one hit, unlike that move. Now, Majima. Sub-stories are not yet on the map. Shakedown is. So we do have to be a little careful. And you know sub-stories are not on the map because a specific sub-story that's supposed to be on the left there is not there yet. But Shakedown is definitely on the map at this point. I have seen Shakedown here in multiple runs. Again, we want to see as little as Shakedown as possible, especially at the start of Majima's section. Whilst Kiryu needs something like 250 odd million in the run, Majima doesn't. Majima needs only 4. Which we'll be getting via the next chapter. And I'll explain why when we get there, because it'll only be about 15 minutes. So, Majima is basically, he's an ex-member of the Tojo. He got dispelled for events that happen during Yakuza 4, so I won't go too deep into them. And essentially, we want to get back into the Tojo clan at whatever costs. Now, our ex-boss. Oh, I hate trying to control this bit with DualShock. The camera is oversensitive. Our ex-lieutenant, Shimano, put us in a place called the Hole, which was basically like a giant cell. And then when he let us out, we basically got tasked with being the manager of the Grand, which is currently the #1 hostess club in Sotenboy. This is our next closest rival, Odyssey. What they're doing to keep Majima in the Grand is every so often Sagawa, who was one of the characters you saw in the cutscenes earlier, the one who was laid back on the sofa, he is the sworn brother, the Kyodai, or Anarchy even, of Shimano, and he's the one who's keeping an eye on Majima here. He's also the one who is making life miserable for Majima because he took away the club's top hostesses. So we're here at our next biggest rival to try and poach their biggest hostesses for our club. But this is just kind of like an introduction to like the kind of world of cabaret clubs and kind of like the little things that go on with them. I have to remember that this is Yakuza 0's taxi list, not Yakuza Kiwami 2's taxi list, because all I've been doing recently is Yakuza Kiwami 2 speedruns. And that's, if anybody asks, the hardest thing to do when learning a new Yakuza game is learning the taxi list. The two hardest things are quite easily sub-story locations and taxi lists. The nice thing is with some Yakuza games, or the majority of them at this point, have sub-story markers, or you can get a skill to get sub-story markers. With certain games like Zero, you need a specific item. And then in some games, they decide to add a couple more taxi spots, which is nice because the PS3 era Yakuza's only had 3 taxi spots. And then in some games, even though you're in the exact same city, they decide to take some taxi spots and move them all around, down and up the list, and then you get confused. It's great. This is Fei Hu. This is Slugger. Slugger's trash. And I know I'm going to anger a lot of people when I say that, and I will demonstrate why. Lots of people, when they first play Yakuza 0, when they play as Majima, they always use Slugger. Slugger is Majima's worst style. I'm not being facetious, I genuinely mean this, and I will explain why. Once we get into our lovely tutorial where Fei Hu will probably knock me on the backside. Multiple times. Costing me like 5 seconds each time. Because that's been happening a lot lately. So, this isn't exactly main plot, but this is a Chinese restaurant owner called Fei Hu. As we go up here, we obviously just had a revelation, and oh hey, here's Kameki. Now, in this game, yes, he's called Kameki. Kameki, he might be called Kameki, but he is actually our Kameki. If you remember good old Kameki, he is our Kameki. There's an in-game reason as to why he's called Kameki. You should play this game to find out why it's on sale on Steam. Wink. You should also donate to SpeedCon. Wink. So, shifty-eyed man, this is Fei Hu. We're going to change to Slugger. If I don't hit my buttons wrong. Guard instantly. Fei Hu has a couple of moves. If you see I'm moving to make sure that he doesn't move towards a wall. Very specifically. Because that is Slugger's weakness. Nice fast thrust. I see you there, sunshine. Get out of here. Hopefully we can get the quick combo off. We can. So, Fei Hu has 2 quick moves. That was one of them. If he hits you with either one of those 2 quick moves, he will knock you on your backside and you'll fall on the floor. With regards to Fei Hu and ending that tutorial, the square-square light combo is quick enough to take him down in one combo, but Fei Hu is quick enough to hit you with one of the 2 quick moves, so you really don't want to see it. But Fei Hu, your master, also doubles up as a thing called the Tiger and Dragon. The Tiger and Dragon is an equipment search process that you can utilize. We don't in the speedrun, but you can find all sorts of like really good weapons and stuff for basically time and money. But again, we got something way better than that. So, I said a very sacrilegious thing in calling Slugger one of the worst styles in the game, and I will explain why with the next fight that we're going to go to, which is the last fight of this chapter. We're going to head back to our apartment to sleep off the day. The nice thing about the taxi list is the taxi positions in 3rd and 4th place in this are the same in K2, but 1 and 2 aren't. And K2 has an extra one at the top. It's not right. It's not right at all. But they're good taxi spots, especially in this game where every single taxi spot goes to a story location in Sotenboy. It's fantastic. Either way, here's some angry dudes from Odyssey, where we took hostesses from. So this fight is a very perfect fight to showcase why Slugger is a very trash style. So we're going to have to fight these 4 guys in this exceptionally small alleyway. And here's the problem with Slugger. Slugger works like a normal baseball bat. So most of your damage comes from the strong hit at the end of your combo. So what you'll see here is you'll see me doing specifically the 4-hit combo. Did you hear that hit when we hit the wall? 5-hit combo for maximum range. Did you hear when we hit the wall with a baseball bat and it kind of like bounced off the wall? That's the trouble with Slugger. When you use Slugger and you hit that strong attack against a wall and it bounces off, all of your damage dissipates. Just goes. Because of that, Slugger is trash. Because there's a lot of fights in this game that happen in small enclosed spaces like that, and Slugger's just not good in. Now, I did say that Slugger is trash. I did not say that we won't be using Slugger. We will absolutely be using Slugger in our fights. For specific reasons that you will see, not beginning with this chapter, but later on. Either way, Chapter 4. Now, if you remember just before the run I said we set up for some specific speed tech, that speed tech is in this chapter. That cutscene right there is a Yakuza 4 cutscene. That's the one I was alluding to earlier. But essentially, Majima is being watched over by a couple of homeless guys. The game is just hinting at that very, very subtly. So, what we're going to do is we're looking for a person. We're going to go back to the club, first of all. We want to use the taxi at this point because, again, Shakedown is walking around the city. If Shakedown gets into a fight with us right now and I lose that fight, then the run is over. Pure and simple, run's done. That's it. We need a minimum, and it's not a lot, we need a minimum of 50,000 yen to progress the story after these little story beats. And again, as you know, if you see Shakedown or you get into a fight with Shakedown and you lose, you'll lose all of your money. So as we get back to the office, we get a phone call from Sagawa. Sagawa wants to meet us over in Ashtaba Park, which is in the bottom right. There you go. Says the place won't burn down overnight if you come and meet me. Majima doesn't like him. Majima doesn't want to go and meet him. This door's hitbox is broken. It doesn't look like it from that angle, but trust me, you'll see it later. The best door in the entire game. So, again, thankfully there is a taxi point just next to Ashtaba Park. So, one other aspect that I didn't talk about when I was talking about fight spawns. Normal fight spawns, against like normal groups of enemies, they spawn in around you. So, when you taxi away from somewhere, and some stories on the map now, when you taxi away from somewhere, they have to respawn in when you get to that place. So you can't ever get a fight spawn when you come out of a taxi, and you can't ever get a fight spawn when you leave like a shop, for example. But there's one exception to the rule. This series speedruns always are exceptions to the rules. Like, you'll find certain rules that have exceptions. The exception in this one, quite obviously, is Shakedown. Shakedown, when you taxi to a different spot, stays in exactly the same spot that he was in originally. So say that Shakedown is next to the Grand, and we taxi over there. He will still be there. And yes, you can get instantly into a fight with Shakedown if you're unlucky. But normal fight spawns won't be there. So the real fear when taxiing is Shakedown. Normal fight spawns, not a problem. They won't spawn in. If you are doing Yakuza 0's run for the first time, what I would highly, highly recommend, or doing a marathon run, although I'm feeling a little too confident for that tonight, go into Don Quixote there and buy some healing items. Trust me on this one. Majima's... that's gonna be famous last words. Majima's run is exceptionally hard. His parts get ridiculously tough at times. But either way, Sagawa has tasked us... Oh, by the way, here's a wonderful character. Goes by the nickname of Walking Erection. His name is Mr. Libido. Real person, by the way. Like, genuinely in real life, real person. Yeah, no, I can't explain Mr. Libido. So that's the sub-story on the left there as well, we're just being careful of. This is one of the points where Shakedown actually spawns quite often, and it's the last place you need to avoid him before this cutscene. This is the cutscene that has a prerequisite of 50,000 yen. If you do not have 50,000 yen, Akko here will not go on a date with you. That's one hell of an expensive date. Either way, Sagawa tasked us with finding a man called Makoto Makimura. If we kill Makoto Makimura, Sagawa will let us back into the dojo. Or he'll put in a good word to Shimano, who will let us back into his family, obviously into the family. So you can see the statue behind Akko, that is a sub-story. You'll notice that when we come out of this conversation, he will have mysteriously disappeared. He obviously found the time to go to Pizzeni to have a wee, like in his sub-story. What it actually means is that in certain parts of the game, like sub-stories like... when you've got an NPC with you like Akko here or Nishiki, sub-stories will disappear off the map. So will Shakedown. But you can see that we're being shepherded in a very specific direction. There goes that 50,000 yen. Not all of it. But we're now just going to go through a whole bunch of things. Like, the game was kind of showing you there, you know, you can go and order sushi. You can come into the Sega arcade here, and you can do multiple different mini-games that are in here. That is the entirety of Space Harrier. Outrun is in here at the back there. And, of course, the UFO Catcher.
UFO Catcher?
Now, we do have to go through one round of the UFO Catcher, but what we're going to do is we're going to fail intentionally. So whilst we can't quit the minigame in a traditional method, we can quit the minigame by being really bad at it. And Akko's dialogue changes depending on whether you're good or bad. Do not grab that. Thank you. The problem is if you also catch something, you actually lose a minute and a half. Akko has literally, and I am not joking because I have timed this, a minute and a half of unskippable animations. If you do well at the minigame, you do badly in the speedrun. And now for Majima's second and final for the speedrun, Revelation. His third and final style, and the one that we will be using almost exclusively for the rest of this run. This is Breaker. And Breaker is broken. This is the reason why Slugger is absolutely trash, and I will show you why. All of the weaknesses that Slugger have don't exist for Breaker, and Breaker does amazing solo damage and amazing AoE damage, as you will see coming up in a bit. Either way, what we're going to do is we have 2,200,000 yen. We're going to be spending 2 million of that right now on the first power surge for Breaker. This is going to help us with the tutorial fight that is coming up, but also with the next boss fight, which is going to be in about 5 minutes' time. So, we're going to head into Maharaja here, which is the disco place. Maharaja is a proper full disco minigame. You can play it if you want. You can't play it at this point. This is just the game that's going to get us into our disco tutorial. Or our breaker tutorial, I should say. But Akko here has some information on Makoto Nakamura, hence why we're going on this date with her. And obviously being the manager of the Grand, we can splash the cash a little bit, get her into the VIP section, treat her to a nice night out, and then hopefully she'll tell us all about Makoto Nakamura. So as we step out, unfortunately she's finding some trouble over on the dance floor. This guy is causing no end of grief. And this is going to be our Breaker tutorial. So allow me to show you why Breaker is broken. It's not going to look that impressive just yet, especially if this guy punches me again. I'd very much like for this guy not to punch me, thank you very much. He punched me, and then this guy punched me. I'm going to cancel out my freeze pose so that I can get into the last part of the tutorial quicker, and then just take care of the enemy. Let me up. There you go. Bad tutorial. It happens. It happens, unfortunately. So, you didn't get a very good look at Breaker there. You'll be getting it in about 3 minutes' time. So, we're going to end our date with Akko here. She's going to tell us that Makoto Nakamura is an acupuncturist, known for the ability he has, which is the God Hand. He's basically, his hands are really good at acupuncture, blah, blah, blah. He gives good massages. There you go. That's the thing. It's not like an anime where, you know, his hands start glowing, although this is Yakuza, so people start glowing at points. You know the drill. Essentially it's anime. So we're going to go and pay this Makoto Nakamura a little visit. On the way, we're going to get stopped by a familiar looking face. Yes, this is the guy who was on the bridge that we learnt Breaker from. He is a Reishi, he is a member of a dancing troupe. He is your move tutorial. Don't know why he went that way, because he's actually on the right over there. A little weird. No fight spawns here has me very worried that there's going to be a fight spawn in here, because I don't want one in here. It's this guy. I'm going to intentionally run into him to aggro him. That way, if there was a fight spawn on this corner, it wouldn't actually aggro onto me. I have a couple of seconds of downtime here to be able to get around this corner. That's a good fight spawn, because that's one of those you have to interact with, which allows me to go straight to Higuchi Kaikan and go and see Makoto Nakamura. Not bad. That's one of the places in the run where you can run into a fight spawn. There's a couple of unfortunate places like that. That is Makoto Nakamura right there. And this is his blind receptionist, who also is a therapist. So, she thought we were trying to rob the place. We are now getting a massage because Makoto Nakamura is not in, and we're trying to make it seem like, you know, we're not actually a bad guy. Thankfully she's blind, otherwise she would realize, you know, we're not actually a security trader, we're actually Yakuza. She's just given us information about herself, and also the owner. The owner is apparently someone who is super kind, you'll never see him anywhere else, which also adds up with what Akko said about him. It's making Majima wonder, why does Sagawa want this Makoto Nakamura killed? And whilst we're getting the massage, guess who turns up? So the nice thing is some boss intros aren't skippable. And some of them are pretty cool, as you will see in a little bit.
近江の鉄砲玉がなんか知らんが、またの店で気抜いとるような年老の殺し屋相手ならなおさらや。ん？悪いことは言わん。このままおとなしゅう帰れば見逃してるで。
Oh, I did.
引く気はないか。ならゴッドハンドの大サービスや。行くでー。
So, now that Makoto Makimura's little speech is done, we are going to fight Massive Man! Almost lost our other right there. So, allow me to show you a little bit as to why Breaker is broken. We're going to start and launch into a combo against Massive Man right here. Knock him down to the ground, and it's going to keep him on the ground. As you can see there. One little extra hit. Just for good luck. Once again, you have to see every mid-fight QTE to end the fight. Launch into another combo. He's next to a couple of pieces of furniture, and this is one of the other strengths of Breaker, is that because he's next to a couple of pieces of furniture, we can actually use that furniture in our attacks to break enemies' guards. So unfortunately, he is not actually Makoto Makimura, he is Wen Lee. The blind receptionist is Makoto Makimura, and unfortunately, old Wen Lee got shot by this guy. One combo. That's the good stuff right there, that's what we like to see. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get our second attack upgrade right here. Go into our abilities, go into Breaker, and we're going to get Power Surge 2. And that is it. That is the last upgrade you need on Majimagoro. So at this point, Shakedown doesn't exactly scare us unless it's one of the times we have to use a taxi spot or something like that. So Shakedown can still end a speedrun because trying to fight Shakedown is literally going to cost you like 30 seconds. Like, you still don't want to fight Shakedown, but it's not as run-ending as if it is if we fight him with Kiryu. And I like that that guy is just walking away. Alright. A little weird because I wasn't expecting him to survive. I thought it'd be the guy on the right when he was guarding, but oh. So, these guys are trying to take Makoto Makimura for some reason. So we're gonna hide with her. Now, if you've ever played Yakuza 0, you're going to notice that in the next little set piece that we got here, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to do this bit where you're supposed to hide, like in the crowd and stuff, so that the enemies don't go after you. You're gonna notice something a little weird. See that fight swarm walking down the road towards me? It's going to disappear in this. So, as soon as we go down this road here, we're then going to take a left up this alleyway. And if you ever played this game before, at this point, you are probably wondering, what's happening? Because, have you noticed the difference? There's no enemy spawns along this specific path. So, we found this. This is something that happened to me about 2 years ago. It happened randomly, where the enemy spawns in this part randomly didn't spawn in. And for 2 years, we considered it a glitch or a bug. Something that would never happen again. Until it did. A couple of months ago. I was doing an attempt of Yakuza 0, and we ran into a certain shakedown just before we ran into Higuchi Kaikan. And we ran into Higuchi Kaikan, and as soon as we came into the stealth section, everybody was gone. Which started making us wonder, okay, is fighting, or is like getting rid of Shakedown's aggro just before entering into Higoshi Kaikan how you despawn the enemies. It wasn't, which thank God for that, because that would have been insanely hard to set up during an actual run. And it would be essentially just pure luck. So then we started wondering, why has this happened? And we figured it out. For some reason, and there are two stealth sections in this game, when you do this stealth section, and you take out, it's either 6 or 7, it's like 6, 7, or 8 enemies. Those 6, 7, or 8 enemies, for some reason, stay in the memory of the game, as if you've defeated them. So by doing the stealth section before a run, none of the enemies spawn in. And that also works over the next stealth, the next stealth section that's going to happen in chapter 10. Is it 10? Something like that. Something like that. Either way. No, 9 even. 9, not 10. 10 is Tojo HQ, of course it is. I just didn't want this guy to go down that alleyway there. Usually you do this fight in one combo, but when this guy starts to dodge around like he just did, or guards all the time, it's going to be a bad time. And that is the end of that chapter. Absolutely beautiful. So Majima is left contemplating whether he wants to kill Makoto Nakamura or not. But yeah, the stealth section, the stealth skip is really nice because by despawning the enemies there and taking that specific pathway, we actually can save up to 2 minutes. Because you don't have to go through any fights. The old method that we tried to utilize to do the stealth, to do the method like normally as well, was absolutely terrible and relied on RNG of one enemy spawn not spawning in like slightly closer to you. Oh, it was awful. So finding that stealth skip is one of the best things we've done in this game. Not the greatest. That's coming up in this chapter. But yeah, it's funny in that the reason why it was never found for 2 years is because these runs are so long, no one reset a run after the stealth section for 2 years until I did so a couple of months ago. Just never had the time. Yeah, so sheer absolute coincidence we found it. Isn't it fun when you find speed tech like that? It's just... This guy's a fight spawn. Don't stop me. That was awful. That was absolutely awful. There was nothing I could have done about that. I'm going to take care of all these guys. I couldn't get past the fight spawn because the civilians were in the way. Can you stop hitting me, thanks? Shout out to Nishiki for taking care of the other guy. That is 2 optional fight spawns so far. That is a sign of a bad run right there. Either way, with our completion points, what's up, Bob? Exchange our completion points for, as you can guess, Spring. Excuse me, X button. Thank you. We also got something else there that's actually kind of useful. It's called Disposable Income 1, and I'll explain about that in the next chapter. But storyline-wise, we're out of the Yakuza. We're now a civilian. We're going to go and work for Tachibana Real Estate. So Nishiki has taken us to a suit store to try and get us a suit to look more like a civilian. Yeah. Didn't do that good of a job. As Nishiki says, Kiryu just looks like a Yakuza. Oh well. So with this, what we're going to do is we're going to go and meet with Oda, and we're going to tutorialize, the game's going to tutorialize us on Kiryu's business side section. So we're going to head over to Cafe Alps, which is just around here. Here he is. Right. I had a suspicion that wasn't familiar. Now, you get a couple of options in this place. Unsurprisingly, the actual correct options are the quickest. Certain options here will delay your time because of extra dialogue or extra unskippable animations from Oda. You want to make sure you pick nothing for the next one. And by doing this as well, you'll also get an achievement or a trophy. You know the drill. So one thing to watch out for is that Yakuza 0 has a singular QTE that happens outside of fights. And it's this one. Good. So, you do want to be a little careful with that QTE. You have a long time to finish that QTE, so you don't have to rush, even though, you know, speedrun. Because the problem is, if you fail that QTE, you lose a minute and a half to unskippable animations from Oda. So, already in this run to unskippable animations, you could have lost like 5 to 10 minutes. Like, within that range. Like, it's all this little bit of optimization to make sure you just don't lose that time. Whilst they're having a drink, I'm gonna have a drink as well. So, Yamanoi here is trying to get somebody who is squatting out of his building. We're gonna go deal with it. So we're on Tenkaichi. So we're gonna leave. Oda is now going to instruct us to go and buy a confectionery gift box because it's only right that you turn up with gifts whenever, you know, you're trying to cut someone out from illegally squatting in your home. And if you remember from Chapter 2, we have already bought the confectionery gift box. The only place you can get the confectionery gift box is at the Popo on West Shichifuku Street. That's a bad fight spawn. We're going to have to wait for it here. And then run. So, really? Because this guy delayed his movement, because he, like, sat and pointed at me, it caused him to actually, like, run up to me. We're just going to use the cone. This is a real bad run. That is 3 optional fights. Reminder that 0 is the amount you want to see. We've had 3 so far. Terrible marathon luck. So that's Bacchus. Again, he's our trainer for Thug style or Brawler style even. That's when he unlocks. We're not doing Bacchus. Sorry, Bacchus. Either way, here's Oda. Doesn't matter, we've had this confectionery gift box a couple of days, don't worry about it. And with that, in we go. So the nice thing is, all the cutscenes that are inside of this place are skippable. We basically say to the squatter, you know, it's time for you to get out. The squatter's having none of it. He's threatening, saying he has members of the Yakuza backing him up, and wouldn't you know it, he does actually have members of the Yakuza backing him up. So, we're going to take off our amazing disguise that no one can recognize us behind. Literally Clark Kent. There you go. And with this, I'm going to introduce you to bike strats. So what we're going to do is we're going to shimmy on over to the left, grab said bike, and hit everybody with a bike. Nice. Those are literally bike strats. Pretty much every single Yakuza has bike strats. There's a couple of exceptions. I'm looking at you, Yakuza 5. Yakuza 5 does its weapons differently, and it's painful, because that means that weapons in Yakuza 5's run are almost useless. A genuine shame. Right, so our squatter's gonna realise he doesn't stand a chance. And give him a little bit of an ultimatum. And there he goes. So, with that, we're going to go and report to Yamanoi about what just happened. He's going to be over by Mac Bowl, which is just around the corner. Ooh. So, off we go. You can see as well by the minimap we are being shepherded in a very specific direction. You can get a fight spawn here. I am also fairly certain that Shakedown is walking around the map. So if you get Shakedown here, boy, that's unlucky. That's the end of the run. I think I've not seen him down this road specifically. I've seen him beyond the boundary of no entry before. And thank God that he doesn't come down here at that time, because again, we need to keep all our money until chapter 10. My chair sounds like it's gonna break. Could you stop that? Thanks. Could do with my chair tonight. I just have to grab the webcam and point it at me on the floor. Just sat there trying to peer over my desk. So this guy is one of the 5 billionaires. They are a villain group who are part of Kiryu's business sub-story that the game is about to tutorialize us on now. And that very same tutorial is going to lead into the biggest piece of speed tech that we have got in Yakuza 0. So again, every cutscene inside of this place is skippable. Yamanoi is now going to clear up the office after the squatter used it, which is going to take a total of 5 real-life minutes. So you might be thinking to yourselves, well, we got 5 minutes to take a break. No, you don't. Because what we're going to do instead is we're going to show off some of the side stuff. Heck yeah. We're going to go over to Nakamichi Street. We're going to go over to Club Sega. And we're going to show you one of those minigames from earlier. Outrun! Got a tissue to wipe my nose with as well, because my nose is really bad today. Ugh, excuse me. I had a nasty cold the past couple of days. So, loud noises aside, we don't exactly have time for Outrun. We are in the middle of a speedrun after all. So let's leave. And there we get the pager saying that Yamanoi has cleaned the office, saving us a literal 5-minute real-world wait. You're probably wondering what just happened. Well, in this engine, each minigame constitutes as a different period of time. What this means is that by doing certain minigames, we actually speed up time by 7 to 10 minutes. There's a reason we know why that is, and you'll find that out later. It might not be super impressive looking speed tech, you know, we're not going through walls, we're not going out of bounds, even though you can in this game. But we literally, with that tech, save 15 real-world minutes over the course of this run. Which is kind of insane. Oops, let me go back into that. So this is the business minigame. It is tutorializing us on how to run a business. We got given 15 million yen. We need to go and buy a property which is 14 million yen. So the game is actually going to give us a cool 1 million spare. You can see we're being shepherded along a very specific direction over here. The ability menu is locked here. Because you, like me, might be thinking, why don't we just pocket the money for ourselves? Yeah, no, I thought of that, and so did the devs. And so with that, we go back into the office. Our payment is ready to collect. And there we go. And that is Kiryu's business story tutorial. You can now go back there at at the start, at any point, and you basically just buy a load of property and stuff around town. It's kind of cool. I like it. It's a good game. For an early source of money, it's pretty decent. For an early source of money. Not for a late source. Oh yeah, this cutscene is skippable but only when the scene transitions. Much like those two cutscenes during Yakuza Kiwami. In chapter 11. 11. Yeah. 11. We're just having a nice drink. We come here because Oda said to meet him here later, but Nishiki... This is Nishiki's secret spot. This is one of Nishiki's favourite watering holes. And as soon as we get slightly drunk, which is here, you can also feel the controller slightly vibrate. We can skip this, and unfortunately, hey, guess what's about to happen again? We're gonna do Judgment, except no, we're not. Sorry, karaoke fans, it's slow. Genuinely is. Unfortunately, Oda's gonna come in all beat up, because Awano beat him up. Yes, Awano is finally making his move. And here's a whole bunch of Awano's fellow family members. Now, you'll notice the guy on the left there is the same guy we hit with the bike. It's important to point him out specifically, because he's the one we have to aim for here. There is a tier list. There is a tier list of... enemies that you should take out in a specific order in a Yakuza run. In regards to most Yakuza games, Tier 1, take them out first. Guns. You shouldn't really need to describe it, but it is guns. Guns are bad. Tier 2 is knives and stun objects, so stun guns and stun rods. And then the final tier is, I don't like you, everybody else, so just normal enemies. I don't like this at all. Everyone's being aggressive tonight. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the knife. What is up with this guy on the right being so aggressive? Get out of here. Just this guy left. This'll do. Grab knife. If you're squeamish, you might not want to look. That's a bit of a late warning, but yeah, that's kidney surgery. That's what we do. That's how you take care of him fast. Grab the knife. Use it in him. Easy peasy. That's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 is reasonably short. It's only like 10-15 minutes. So the lieutenants are now making more of a move towards Kiryu. We're going to go back to the scene of the crime and go to the empty lot. We're not the criminal, but I don't know why we'd go back there when, you know, everybody's looking for us. And when we get to the empty lot, we're going to be met with a lovely NPC after we're done there. Now, there's no fight spawns outside, which means there's highly likely a fight spawn inside. So we're going to wait and then run. There it is. Surprise, surprise. Once again, like I said, when you get used to the Yakuza games, for the most part, especially with this engine's games, you kind of know where there's going to be fight spawns. You can kind of predict it. You know that if they're not in a certain area, they're going to spawn ahead of you because you haven't had any fight spawns, etc, etc. That's how I knew there'd be at least one fight spawn in there. Either way, Tachibana is telling us to lay low until tomorrow. I'm fairly certain Kiryu doesn't know the meaning of the words lay low. So if we can find the owner of the empty lot, it's worth so much money that the Dojima family will come to us and we can clear Kiryu's name. He needs 1 day. So we're just gonna go and be very, very quiet for 24 hours. However, there's this lad. The best NPC in the game. His name is Mr. Moneybags. He has one of the best laughs you'll ever hear. Fair enough. This is cash confetti. This is something that is unique to Yakuza 0, where you can literally throw 100,000 yen into the air to distract fight spawns. You can also use it to distract civilians. Don't know why you would. There's actually not much use for it other than getting people out of the way, I guess, but that doesn't happen very often. As you can see, the fight spawn doesn't care because it's just money. There you go. Now, we talk about exceptions. There's an exception to the rule in regards to cash confetti, and his name is Mr. Shakedown. So, Mr. Moneybags is telling us about a place where we can get money quickly. It is a mandatory side story. It is absolutely terrible, as you will see in a little bit. Keeping my eye out for Shakedown. So on Kiryu now, we should never ever get into a fight spawn with an optional fight ever again. Should. If we have bad run. So this is sub-story number 18, Beyond the Door. This is the introduction to a Yakuza 0 specific minigame, which is called the Japan Catfight Club. It's terrible. It's terrible. So, we need to get entry to this place. This guy is not going to let us in unless we flash the cash, which basically means use cash confetti. Yeah, he likes to cut a bad jib. So this is the Japan Catfight Club. It's terrible. It's awful. And as a minigame, it's also absolutely terrible because there can be button mashing sections in the JCC parts that literally, if you basically, even if you have a turbo controller, if the game decides that it wants you to lose, you're going to lose. Pure and simple. It is completely random and it is terrible. Simple as that. Either way, thankfully we don't have to do it in the actual run. We're just going to go back home. That's a nice one. Ideally, we don't use cash confetti because it does take a couple of seconds to obviously come out. Like, movement is important in this run. Movement counts. And then we're going to rest up until tomorrow. So, what the game didn't tell you is that we are now in a set piece. It might not look it looking at the minimap, but we are actually being shepherded in a very specific direction. We cannot use most of the roads because they're going to be blocked off by members of the Yakuza. Like that guy there. Right, and as soon as we get here, most Yakuza games have a Kamurocho set piece, and this is Zero's.
Okay.
That's rude. So, we're going to start off by trying to take care of everybody here. What we're going to do is we're going to switch to Rush so we can get move speed from down here. Grab the sign and hopefully everybody stays together. Come here, Yagami. Or Yamagami, I should say. Should have just hit him while he was on the floor. Don't know why I didn't. What we're going to do now is we're going to switch to Rush. Any moment that requires us to run, we're going to switch to Rush. So we're going to run forward. The AI usually run towards where you go to. So you'll see parts like this, where I will be intentionally walking towards a weapon of some kind. That way I can try and drag the enemy over towards it. Over this sign. Hoping he'll say he's a bit close together. He did not. That's worrying. Alright, this guy just decided to walk away. Understandable. If I saw Kiryu wielding a giant sign, I would too. Switch to Rush. Head down here. This is actually the hardest one out of all of them. Oh, I should mention, when we get to the end of the 30 seconds, backup comes, so you have to do like a longer fight. This is the hardest one. With this one, we have to make sure we get at least one multi-hit with the bike. Otherwise, we can't take all the enemies out before the bike breaks into the wheel. And you might be wondering why that's a problem. The wheel is you can't see it, because we actually did enough damage. The wheel has way less damage than the bike. Back to Rush. Grab the sign. Try and not let anybody go into the alleyway behind us. It's okay. We'll take it. It's fine. Usually you get that at the end of this, but because we had the 2 optional fights... Was it 3 at this point? One of the 2. Because we got into those optional fights, we have actually taken care of a couple of extra enemies. So, even though the fight spawn was right there, we want to make sure we run down here so we grab this sign. We want to make sure we can gain our heat back after we're done with this fight. I somehow was not expecting him so fast. Either way, you want as much heat as you can get before the next part. And with that, head into the sewers. I'm going to take these for safety. Absolutely take those for safety, just in case. And once again, we were talking about cool boss intros that can't be skipped. Well, here you go.
Froob, I actually do have a donation right here.
Oh, go for it.
Who would have thought? Thank you so much, Shoxy, for the €1 donation, saying, making Mr. Moneybags proud with a donation. Thanks so much. Every euro is appreciated, folks. And remember, we are raising funds for the very location where the past SpeedCon events have taken place live. So chip these donations in. It really means a lot to us at SpeedCon. And there you go. Back to the run.
Yeah, thank you very much for the donation. How you can have one of the best boss introductions of any video game and be a complete buster is beyond me. because Kuze 2 here is one of the easiest fights you'll ever see in your life. Allow me to demonstrate how you destroy Kuze yourself. We're going to start by doing a normal combo. I messed up at the end, but that's fine. We're going to do a heat move here. And now we're going to build up our heat again to make sure that we can actually do the rest of our combo. I don't know why it didn't let me do the thing again. Video game is being picky again today. Charge up. Charge up. Do a heat attack. Again, we're delaying his mid-fight heat as long as possible. Kuze 2 does not have a mid-fight QTE. That's the end of Kuze 2. That's that. That is that. It's ridiculous how you just don't get hit. And yes, those tactics work on Legend as well. Literally just take those onto Legend and there you go. Insanely easy fight. And every other chapter, or every 2 chapters, as you know, we are going to be heading over to that other playable character. We're going to be going back to Majima. Now, if you want a nice little moment of reprieve, a nice little break during this run, we'll actually be getting it in this chapter. I am going to be taking said break myself. That's something I've got to go and deal with. Slight problem that happened overnight last night is my boiler broke, which I have no hot water, which you'd think wouldn't be a problem. And the problem is that the boiler also sprang 2 leaks. So yeah, having to deal with that even at 2 in the morning. So wonderful. It's been one heck of a day. I'm exceptionally tired. I was supposed to get sleep going into today, and then that happened. So very much looking forward to sleeping tonight. But I'm gonna have to go and deal with something real quick whilst a nice little pause break happens. Also, it's really weird because the person who last owned this house, for some reason, moved the boiler into the attic. I almost went to the wrong place again. I don't know if you've ever tried to move a giant boiler into the attic. I'm actually kind of amazed they got it up there in the first place. And I don't pity the poor person who has to go up there and replace the thing. Because it's certainly not going to be me. So, very rarely you can have shakedown spawn around this corner, which is absolutely terrifying. Again, even though we don't need money in the run at any point, we still would like to keep our money so that we can keep taxing at this point. And also, you know, we just don't want to get into the shakedown fight, which literally can take like 30-odd seconds on a good attempt. And that includes dialogue before and after the fight. Unfortunately, there's a couple of scenes that are unable to be skipped. Including this one. This is the infamous Mahjong cutscene. It's one of the longer cutscenes you can't skip in the Zero run. We just have to watch everybody do a little bit of Mahjong right here, unfortunately. And there's unfortunately not a lot to say about it, because you're literally not going to be able to skip the text either. A lot of unskippable Mahjong animations. Heck yeah. So you may have noticed that when Lee earlier got shot, he's okay. He says it hurts, you know, getting shot does hurt. Can't move his arm either. Doubt. Doubt in this very cutscene, thank you very much. So, he kind of has Majima's number. He knows that Majima has never killed anyone before. Yeah. The look of someone struggling to cross the line into killing someone. When Lee has this literally all figured out, he knows the kind of person Majima is. He even won Mahjong. He really does have a good bead on who we are. And thankfully, thanks to that, we can now skip the text again. This is one of those where I've been holding the text skip the entire time, but it only happens here. It'd be a decent point for a break if you weren't about to get a decent 3-minute break point in, like, literally, like, 5 minutes. So... these lads are walking around with broadswords. Yeah. Yeah. So... in regards to this fight, it's kind of a generalized statement of, if ever you have a Mahjong parlor fight in a Yakuza game, chances are it's gonna be bad. Speedrun-wise, that is. It would be very nice if we can do this in one combo. That's the most optimal way. It rarely happens because it needs the AI to work with you here, which, yes, that, as you've seen, doesn't happen very often. We've had somewhat aggressive, non-aggressive... wow, okay, shut my mouth. That was some of the most aggressive AI I've ever seen in here. Cool. That is literally the most ideal Mahjong parlor you can have with the other two running towards you. What usually happens is that those two will stay in their respective corners, and you won't be able to get them at all. Nice. That was actually very, very good. That was actually insanely good. I'm kind of surprised. Anyway, we're going to head over here. We're going to go and check up on Makoto. And we're going to note that she is really hungry. So we're going to go and get some takoyaki. Note to self, you're on Yakuza Zero's taxi list, so it's the first taxi. Don't mess up. Also, don't use that save point. That save point is a sub-story. Or at least it starts a sub-story. The only way you should ever utilize that save point is if you have a shakedown right in that corner and you have to get rid of him fast. There's our takoyaki. Off we go. Bottom option. Nice. Okay. And with that, we're going to give her the takoyaki. She's going to have a vulnerable moment because she's scared, alone. We're going to tell her at least that Wen Li is alive. And then we're going to go and take the owner of Odyssey's suggestion, unfortunately, and we're going to head over to the Club Sunshine. Club Sunshine is a cabaret club. They're becoming all the rage in the city, and this is the start of Majima's business section. Now, unfortunately, Majima's business section is a pain in the backside. It's kind of long, and we're going to have to do a tutorial round for this, and unfortunately, unlike the amazing karaoke, it is not skippable. So what we're going to do is Yoda here, he is the manager. He's going to give us a rundown of how all of this works. If it looks a little confusing, it's actually not. It's also the one and only point in the run where the confirmation box isn't the top option, but the bottom option. Heck you. We call that pulling a Dead Souls. What we're going to do, I forgot this isn't K2's cabaret, so I've got to do actual menuing here. What we're going to do is open for business with this line of cabaret girls. We are going to have 3 minutes on the clock, and if we interact with this minigame in any way, shape, or form, it's actually going to cost us time. So what I'm going to do is I need to go and sort out that real quick, and I'm going to go and grab a fresh drink. So in the meantime, I'm going to leave you with Zet, and I'll see you in 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Alright folks, it's just you and me for right now. Just wanted to remind you that we are raising funds for the Freiland in Potsdam. This is the location where all of the previous on-site SpeedCons have taken place, all the way back to when it was still called USA Germany, for those old persons of us who still remember that. I also want to really stress that we super duper appreciate FroobMcGuffin's spontaneous jumping in with this Yakuza 0 run, because another run was scheduled originally. We had a run of Yakuza Ishin, but unfortunately the runner didn't feel too well, and I really hope that they have recovered so far, or are on a good way of recovering. And as such, Froob decided to hop in and show this run, which we are really thankful. And it's super cozy right here. We're having, as you can see on the clock, on the top right of the stream, in Central European summertime, we have like 8 minutes to 3 a.m. Taking it a bit easy in here, and cozy with SpeedCon. What could be better? I can't really imagine a better Saturday night than this, honestly. So if you want to support us at SpeedCon and make sure that the next event after the whole COVID lockdowns are over, and you want us to be at the Freiland again, because that has worked out fairly well in the past years, then we would really appreciate a donation of you. Any amount helps, no matter if you can afford little or much. We really appreciate every amount of donations helping us out. And if you want to come, that's also going to be great, because we have great traditions there, like Zeddy. Welcome back, Froob. I heard that you're back.
I am back. I hear you're a robot.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not a robot.
Oh no, I'm very sorry about this.
You're a robot. You're half robot.
Okay. Am I still roboty?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, thanks. I apologize for the inconvenience. That seems to be some interface issues with my processor. My PC is really old. I have a donation actually sitting on the back burner.
Yep, go for it.
And I wanted to read it out when you're here because it addresses you.
Something?
So we have 10 euros from Alamaris. Thank you so much for that. Saying, I'm new to Froob's stream, with my first being his 20-hour special, which I watched almost all in one sitting but passed out at the start of Judgment. I went to his channel to watch the Ishin VODs while working, but saw him live here and popped in. He has got me interested in speedrunning the Yakuza games, and as I've been playing Zero casually in my spare time, and I wanted to see what I was in for. The Yakuza series has become a new favorite with no short parts. Thanks to the McGuffin himself. If Froob is backing this, I will do what I can to help. Good luck on the run, Froob. Thank you so much for the donation. It really helps out of keeping the location of SpeedCon alive. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate the kind words as well. Yes, I almost fell asleep at the start. Oh, hi, Shakedown. The Shakedown counter is at 3. 3? 2? 3? 2? I think we're at 3. I was going to say, I also almost fell asleep at the start of Judgment during that marathon. That was, rough. Yeah, I also have a very old PC that, is very cursed, and, let's leave it at that, because currently that cursed PC is my stream PC, and it could die at any moment. That's why I had to turn my fan on at the start of this run, because for some reason, despite the fact that it doesn't overheat, the CPU decides to explode half the time. Wish I knew why. I don't know why. I just realized as well, I might know why. Push me down the stairs, fella. Wait, skip. There you go. Perfect. So this waiter will only hit you once from behind, and if you do that perfectly, you can get that movement to go down the stairs quicker, because you can't actually move fast here. No, I just realized I'm only streaming at 30 FPS when I usually stream at 60. That might explain a couple of things. I think my CPU is fine in this marathon tonight, but for some reason my CPU spikes up to like 60% usage. Right now it's only at 10. Don't know why. I should probably figure that out, because I could probably save my own sanity if I could figure out why that is. Because it's definitely the CPU that's broken in this PC, but yeah, we should be fine. It shouldn't crash. Now that I've said that, it's gonna crash. So if for some reason whatever my feed goes down at any point, I'll be back in like a minute. But yeah, Thank you very much for the donation. All the Yakuza runs are vastly different in each of their own way. You saw with Hoxie's Kiwami run earlier that you need full HP and then you utilize the glitch from Beast and Charged Throw, and then you use weapons to not one-shot everything, but basically take things out like in the most optimal way, blah blah blah. Yakuza Kiwami 2 is more of a weapon-based run, so you use a vending machine drink to get a massive attack buff, and then we have like a route that has like almost optimal weapon usage. Essentially, if your weapon usage is a little bit sloppy, you're going to come into problems. That's how very tight that route is. So it is optimized, it's just scary. Yakuza 3, for the first half of the run, is traditional combat like this, and then for the last half of the run, you shoot everything with 13 illegal guns. It's great. Yakuza 4 is the same, but add in hammers and also add in your run-ending gambling with a 50-50% chance for the run to randomly die. Right about 2 hours, 40 minutes into a 3-hour run. Great. Yakuza 5 is, we don't talk about that one. Yakuza 5 is a little bit of a slow burner. It's a good run when you're actually allowed to play the video game, but you're not allowed to play Yakuza 5 that often. And Yakuza 6, as I said earlier, is a completely masochistic run where we drop our defense to 50 and we almost one-shot everything, but everything almost one-shots us. It's a beautiful run. Absolutely love it. And then Judgment is like 6 hours. And Ishin, the one you were supposed to see tonight, is the samurai spin-off that's only available in Japan currently, which has 4 distinct fighting styles and is very much a samurai game. Very, very cool. Every speedrun for the Yakuza series is completely different in its own right. And it's nice, because in regards to, like, Zero, Zero's, like, near the top of my favourite Yakuza speedrun list. It's been dethroned by 6. It's been very, very much dethroned by 6. I still love Zero's run. As you can see, there's a lot of downtime in the middle here, for example. When we get out of Chapter 10, which is not the next chapter, but the chapter after, wait. Yeah, not the next chapter, the chapter after. Things will start picking up again. But, yes, it's essentially all the Yakuza runs are very different in their own right. Some are good, like 6 and 0. Some are bad. 5. Fist of the North Star. Which, that's the only mention of Fist of the North Star that I will do tonight. For my own sanity. Thank you very much. I have thoughts and feelings about that speedrun and that game, and we're not going to get into them. So, Wen Lee here has an idea of how to kill Makoto and cover it up. So what we're going to do is, and keep her alive, of course. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and see Wen Lee and Makoto. That's a bad fight spawn, but it's in a good place. So this is one of the reasons Majima's Cash Confetti, which we picked up, is actually optional on Majima, and this section here is one of the big reasons why you want to go out of your way and actually get it. Finicky hitbox, kind of forgot about that. So we're going to come out into the small alleyway here, and there is usually a fight spawn here. This is one of the reasons why we pick up Cash Confetti, because we are supposed to go this way. You can see that, you can't see it on the minimap, we are shepherded along this way. This guy's actually the fight spawn. Perfect. Bob, it's time to exchange for stamina. We're 2 completion points off of level 3. We're going to get one of them in about 5 to 10 seconds now. It's going to be... there it is. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to get sprint level 3 on Majima because of that. Because if you have ideal movement, you won't get that dash point until like either at the door here or after these sets of cutscenes, which at that point you're almost out of the chapter anyway. And you need to get 1 completion point from elsewhere, which would usually be if you get lucky and fight a random NPC called Sega. Doesn't happen very often. So, when Lee has a plan, there is a body double, someone who looks just like Makoto, who's a nasty person, and Wen Lee's plan is to actually kill her and stage it so it looks like Makoto. So, he also says about Makoto's backstory, her blindness is caused by stress. She was almost sold off a couple of years ago, and Wen Lee is the person who saved her. Again, as we said earlier, Wen Lee definitely has Majima's number. And it's time for Wen Lee round 2. Now remember, you do have to see every single mid-fight QTE, but what you're also going to hopefully see in this fight is what we like to call Nishtani strats. And these are going to be our fight strats going forward, where we get up and we use the heat attack of Slugger before the enemy stands up. Not straight away, because you don't want to do the other one. But if you do this one specifically, the enemy, for the most part, unfortunately Wen Lee is not playing along nicely today, will stay on the floor long enough for you to be able to get an entire another combo out and do it again. Now the reason why it's called Nishtani strats is because we found it against a character called Nishtani, and it works more against smaller characters like Nishtani and less so against large characters like Wen Lee. New addition to the QTE. Not often you hyper armor through that, my friend. Hit him with that sofa. Dodge that. Sometimes if you hit him early, you'll have to dodge. And that should be the fight. You can see why Breaker is ridiculous at this point. It just stops enemies in their tracks completely. Either way, we're not on board with the whole killing somebody else plan, so we take the evidence and dump it into a public bin in the park. And we see somebody grab that bag and leave the park. So you can see via the mini-map we are being shepherded in a very specific direction. This is one of the places where if Shakedown spawns, your run is in jeopardy. He didn't. It's also one of the other reasons why we have Cash Confetti, because that's a fight spawn. Not anymore, it's not. Lovely. So we're gonna go to the Grand. Run up the old stairs. And go back to our office. Oop, after we get caught on the side of the wall. And we're going to get a phone call here, or we had a phone call here, from a Wen Lee, saying to meet him at Higuchi Kaikan as soon as possible. Look at how broken this door is. Yes, I just opened that door from halfway across the room. That is a wonderful door. It is the best door in this entire game, because you can literally open it from that far away. Whereas every other door, like this one, is more sensibly has the trigger right next to it. Like so. And so we head off to Higuchi Kaikan, and Wen Lee is going to congratulate us on a job well done, because the body double that we were supposed to make out that Makoto Nakamura is dead with has been killed. And it wasn't us. And it wasn't Wen Lee. It was actually the guy that you're about to meet now, and the so-called owner of the Nishtani strap. So, we're going to head to the Grand. Glad I remembered we were on Yakuza 0's taxi list for a second there, because I almost went to the wrong place. And you can see a bunch of Yakuza are waiting outside. These are the same Yakuza we beat up earlier. And then here is Nishtani. And again, exception to the rule, the one cutscene going into a fight that can actually be skipped. So, allow me to show you the true strength of Nishtani strats. We're going to start off with a normal combo. This is going to build up enough heat. While keeping him on the ground. As soon as he's almost up, use the heat move. Switch back to break up. And do it again. Now the nice thing is Nishtani, his mid-fight QT will get him to 1 HP at this point. And again, you'll get proof here that you have to stay at, the bosses stay at 1 HP until you see their mid-fight QTE. Again, if you're a little squeamish, don't look for the end of this one, because this one is a little painful. Ouch. And as you can see, 1 HP, and boop. That's Nishtani. Simple as that. That is easily the most optimized way of doing Nishtani. Didn't take us too long to figure that out. It's kind of nice, not gonna lie. Now we have a long cutscene that is also unskippable. As I said, the mid-game of Yakuza 0 is a little on the slow side, unfortunately. So we're having old Nishtani here. He's the one who called the police. Cough. Cough. He's getting himself arrested. That's not terrifying. So, with this, the police are going to take Nishtani away. And we're going to go about our daily business. So, one thing you have to be a little careful of when going back to the office here is that this hostess at the top of the stairs, her hitbox is bigger than the door's hitbox. So make sure that it says enter at the top right rather than talk like that. Nope. You have to be a little careful. So I usually take half a second and go a little closer to the wall, although not usually that close. And hey, look who it is. It's old Sagawa. So, as Sagawa points out, there's a lot of weird little things about this death, in that the body was recovered with no face. And management just says that he was actually in shock. And Sagawa was here the entire time with Nishtani. Nishtani is Omi Alliance, which is the big Yakuza group over here in Kyoto. Or over here in Osaka, I should say. And there you go. Supposedly, Sagawa is going to put in a good word about us. So, we need to head back and see when Lee and Makoto. Again, you saw the amazing door there. Business is booming once again. Out the door we go. Please no shakedown. Well, we can't. Even if there is, he'll get despawned by this cutscene, which is nice. Ugh, I got a really itchy nose tonight. Alright, so our old Chinese doctor friend here says that when Lee has not taken his painkillers and that he needs them because obviously those gunshot wounds are going to get real painful real soon. And unfortunately, when we actually get to the warehouse, that Chinese doctor actually is a bit unscrupulous because he actually led Sagawa here. Or at least the homeless people that were watching over us a couple of chapters ago. And then the old Chinese doctor gets a crowbar to the chest. Not exactly the best place to put it. But we're now going to fight these homeless guys. Hopefully we can do this in 2 combos. 2 combos is ideal. Because they really like to go literally every way that they want to. That's going to be a 2 combo, considering there's only 1 left. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's impressive, actually. We'll take that. And then we're going to go outside and find a couple of more enemies waiting for us. And this is going to be our second stealth section. Now, we do have this one fight to get through first. And then I will explain the second stealth section. The second stealth section is a lot faster than the first one, thankfully. So, we're going to go from the left, and we're going to try and plow into the guy on the far right, because, yeah, he goes after Macto. We missed him, and he missed her, so that's fine, I guess. Turn around now, because he's grabbing her. She can survive a couple of hits on this difficulty. She can only survive 2 hits on Legend. I cancelled that out. I'm kind of surprised it didn't work. Your positioning of the camera for the end of the fight is important because that dictates where the camera is at the end coming into this. So this is the second stealth section. As I said earlier, you can actually despawn this set of enemies as well. The trouble is I didn't have a save prepped before this for this part, which I forgot to do again whilst I was going through here, so I'm annoyed at myself. So I'll have to set up that save another time. But as long as we go a specific route, they got real close today, hi. As long as we go a specific route, we can despawn this one set of enemies as well. That's close. Before we do the run, so that we don't have to wait around for them. Same basic tech as the one in Chapter 4. And there we go. That's unfortunate. So once we get around to here, you'll see for the first time this QTE. Now, because we went a specific path in the first stealth section, you never saw this earlier. This QTE, if you fail it, summons backup, so we're going to be making sure that we get this right. Lovely. And that's going to be all we have to do for the stealth section outside of the mandatory fight at the very end. So these 3 are really annoying because they have quite a high rate of hyper armor. I'm going to make taking them down kind of a pain. Until this guy breaks, which that doesn't happen very often, so thanks, bud. Appreciate that. Alright, not bad. Oh, that's not bad. I'll take that. I'll absolutely take that. Unfortunately, when Lee goes bang. When Lee goes bang and Makoto gets taken by some random guy we've never seen before, who also shoots Sagawa in the back. So, Chapter 9, this is one of the shorter chapters in the game. Again, reminder that Tachibana said stay out of sight for 24 hours or something. Now, oh, that was a bad place for that to spawn. The game, this is one of those times where the game doesn't tell you where to go, and you're supposed to find a safe place to hide, which you'd think would mean Serena, and it does. But for some reason, first you have to go to the Kazuma family office, which, when you're supposed to be finding a place to hide from the Yakuza, and going to your old family office isn't the first thought that I would have. So either way, we're going to go to the back of Serena. Second floor in 0. And there we go. Long cutscene time. I think this is the longest unskippable cutscene in the game. I think.
ちゃんと来てくれたのね、桐生さん。
あまり長いはしない。橘って男から連絡が来るまでだ。それまでの間、頼む。
もちろん。座って。とにかく頭の傷手当てしなきゃ。
レーナ、今、錦がどうしてるか。
So, one of the things that happened after the Yakuza 2 fight is that we got taken somewhere with Nishiki and we kind of stole his car and left him there. Whoops. Sorry, Nishiki. So he had to walk all the way back here on his own. And we got assaulted by some random drunk, unfortunately. Okay, so this is basically just a little bit of character building. There's not much plot here. Kiryu states, you know, he's being framed for the murder in the empty lot when it wasn't him. He's reaching his limit, and unfortunately, here comes somebody to the bar. Yeah, exactly. So Reina gets us to hide. That's not cool. That's really not cool. So we're gonna beat them up. Bring me everyone. Everyone. It's that bloody it's that bloody quote. Okay. So this fight is nice and easy. Hopefully we get some good luck here. We want to grab a table or a chair. We don't want to grab one of the ashtrays on the table, which can unfortunately happen. Just gonna hit this guy with a multitude of the weapons in here. We're just gonna use light attacks so that we can build up our heat. Light attacks build up more heat than strong attacks do. And we're gonna go outside and find everyone! It's not a lot. It's not a lot of people. It's not really everyone now, is it? So This is one of the more infuriating fights in the game because, as you can see, there's some baseball bat guys, there's a couple of knife guys, and a stun gun guy. So you should already remember, hopefully, the order and the balance. We want to take care of the knife guys first, and obviously the stun gun guy, but here we want to pay special attention to the guy with the katana. Because, funnily enough, the katana will be a decently okay weapon to take care of enemies with. Has a nice wide arc and does a decent amount of damage. Unfortunately, if the stun gun guy gets you, that happens. Now, thankfully, with the katana, we're actually a little quicker than the stun gun guy, but with your normal attack speed on Beast, you're not actually that much faster than him. You want to make sure you come out of this fight with full heat. You're going to need that damage. Because coming up here is the last fight of the chapter, and it's a boss fight. And once again, this boss fight goes in a very specific way. Hopefully. Hopefully. So, guess who's back? Back again. Kuze's back. Tell a friend. So we're going to do this fight in a very specific way. Kuze this time has a couple of friends with him. What we're going to want to do is we're going to want to dodge forward and to the right. Real quick at the start of this fight. Because there's a sign. And we're going to give Kuze the sign that he should probably just stop at this point. Hit Kuze with the last hit, or nearly the last hit of the sign. Hit him while he's down to put him into QT threshold and build up some heat. Make sure you don't mess up the QT because you want the heat from this. And once again, if you're a little squeamish, you might want to look away because what we're going to do is we're going to kick this knife. I actually want to grab this knife. Turn to Kuze. Get knocked a few times. That's really bad, actually. Oh, God. Kuze's being aggressive today. Do you mind? What is happening? Oh, my goodness. I've never seen Kuze this aggressive before. Because, remember, I need full heat for this. Where's the second one gone? It's just gone. Okay. Never mind. It's not going to be that squeamish. What you usually do is you usually turn straight away and give Kuze some kidney surgery, but sometimes you just gotta improvise. Because the kidney surgery is exceptionally fast. And very, very painful. I'm talking like almost an entire HP bar's worth of damage. Either way, Tachibana saves us, and unfortunately Tachibana collapses. Tachibana is not doing so great. He needs dialysis because his body is failing, which sucks. He also doesn't have... He has a prosthetic arm, which I forgot to mention earlier. So remember way earlier, when we were trying to first originally find Makoto Nakamura, and we're supposed to find somebody with a bat tattoo. I just realized this is skippable. Heck. Oh yeah, speed tech coming up here. The person who has the bat tattoo is the one that sold Makoto off a couple of years ago. And it's revealed in that cutscene that Tachibana has a bat tattoo. Speed tech there is literally run past that guy. As long as you run ahead of Oda here, you actually save time. If you don't, Oda will stop next to that NPC and have a conversation with him. And then he comes over here, and there we go. But you want to make sure that he gets all the way to the end. Alright, so. With this, Tachibana is once again going to tell us to lay low for the night. And we're going to head over to West Park and slum it out with the homeless lads. Was that our old mate? I have a suspicion that was our old mate for the 4th time this run, Mr. Shakedown. Nice. Reminder, you want an average of 2 shakedown sightings. We're now at 4. Shakedown is being a pain tonight. And speaking of long cutscenes, here comes the next one. After this, there's pretty much no long cutscenes left, which is nice. This is pretty much the last one. There's a couple more towards the end, but this is the last long cutscene. But it's also a fun cutscene. This is the cutscene that I always point out to people when they ask why people love the Yakuza series. This is one of the cutscenes that I say the localizers had a heck of a good time with. Because as you'll see here, pay close attention to every NPC's name during these scenes. They had a hell of a lot of fun with these NPC names. I won't be saying them out loud, but they're there. So, Kiryu believes it's the Tojo clan, and that the Tojo clan have found him. It's not. These are homeless hunters. So we have homeless hunter, hobo harasser. Pretty good so far. And then we have the one I'm not mentioning. Oh dear. As I said, the localizers had a lot of fun with this. A lot of fun. So, hopefully, if we've done everything correctly, up until this point. When we get out of this cutscene. If we have enough money at this point, which we should, we need over 130 million. Which we do quite handily. We're going to get our next upgrades. Heat retention time 1, which is just on the way to power surge 2. Unsurprisingly, more damage. Get rid of you for a second. Now, you'll see that I moved down there specifically because I really don't want to pick up the baseball bats if I can help it. The baseball bats in this game, so you remember when I said two-handed weapons are like your bread and butter, and like they're the best weapons that you can get in the game. Again, exceptions. The exception to that rule is the fact that the baseball bat is terrible. Absolutely terrible. There's only one Yakuza game where the baseball bat is actually decent, and that's Yakuza Kiwami. Funnily enough. So, Tachibana said he was going to pick us up. We're going to go to the park entrance and see if he's there. Tachibana isn't, but there's Oda. And we're going to head off to Tojo HQ. So Tachibana is going to buy our freedom with a hell of a lot of money. It's not exactly going to go... I mean, it's going to work, but it's not exactly going to go too well because here comes a little test on the way out. They can't exactly let us go that easily. It is indeed a Tojo Party HQ. Every time you come to the Tojo HQ, there's usually a set piece here. So we build up our heat, grab a sofa, and hopefully go to town on a lot of them. But everybody's kind of not moving over today, which sucks. Lots of aggro guys. Good hit on that one. Try and get to the other side for more sofas. More sofas, more shenanigans. Heck. Switch to rush. We need to get to the end of the corridor with as much heat remaining as we can. We were a little far back, which is probably a bad thing. Probably going to go to stage 2, which is bad. Yep. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate, but that is expected, unfortunately. Oh well. Gonna run over to the left, grab this lantern, change to beast, and hit everybody. Hopefully keep these two in the corner. Perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful. Gonna run forward a little bit, grab this lantern, start swinging. We don't want anybody left alive here. Do not trust Tachibana or Oda to take care of the enemies. That's unfortunate that it didn't hit him. Switch to rush. Beast. I don't want the lantern, but you can grab it. We want the gun. Shoot the gun. Rush. Buy sofa. Dodge that guy. Grab lantern. Hit everybody as well as we can back here. One guy might survive. But he didn't. He did. He did. Please, sir. Thank you. Now comes the most annoying enemy in this entire set piece. This lad right here. He is going to do a number of things. We want him to stand there and do nothing, which is the rarest of the things that he does. He could guard, which would be bad. He could dodge, which would be bad. He could try and attack us, which would be bad. Essentially, all of it would be bad. So because he's guarding, I'm just going to dodge out the way and try and grab him with the sword. Lovely jubbly. Not the best, but not awful. We'll take it. And change to rush if we can. Nope, no time. There's our lantern. Again, anytime there's movement, you change to rush. It's faster than Brawler by a tiny amount. Go through the door. Floor textures have messed up. That's not a good sign. That's a sign my PC's not doing too great. How did you hit me? I'm actually surprised. So, take care of as many enemies as we can. Shimmy over to take care of this guy. Not too bad. We're going to change over to rush real quick. We want to go and grab... There's 6 lanterns. Well, there's actually a little bit more, but there's 6 lanterns that are viable here. All of these ones on the side. We want to take care of a certain number of enemies, and then 1 extra enemy will appear. Great. Let's grab this one next. 2 more. Yep. Sword guy's back. We're going to dodge over here and grab one of a fresher set of lanterns and hopefully hit him, because again, he likes to guard, which is very annoying because that means we can't take care of him. That hit was annoying because I could have taken care of a lot of enemies, but oh well. Nice. Too bad. For the rest of this, we'll just take care of enemies with normal hits because they're pretty much all dead. Nice hyper armor. Appreciate it. And dead. That was a rough chapter 10. And we're not done yet. That was a rough chapter 10. Either way, we're going to head back to Kamurocho. The 3 lieutenants are not going to be too happy that Kiryu is able to walk free. Now they're going to head over to Little Asia, which, ironically enough, that's where we need to go to. Kind of wish they'd have given us a ride, but oh well. I saw a fight spawn in front of me. It's despawned. Good. So now we're going to head over to Little Asia and end the chapter. So let's head over to this old taxi and taxi over to the northeast part of the map. Now wait. Lovely jubbly, second option. There you go. Always. So Shakedown is on the map, by the way, just as a warning. He can be here. Just keep your eyes open. There we go. Oh, we're going to go down here. We're going to meet up with Oda and end the chapter, because what's going to happen next is us and Oda, we're going to go off on a merry little adventure over to Sotenbori. Because Tachibana has found the person who owns the empty lot, and they live over in Sotenbori, and they go by the name Makoto Makimura. So, fallout from Makoto getting kidnapped by some random person. Sagawa is not too happy with Majima, is beating him up, and then we're going to work with Sagawa to try and find her, much to Majima's chagrin. He doesn't really want to do so. This is the hardest chapter in the Zero speedrun by far. This is the chapter where runs die, which is great. So we're going to head over to the Kijin clan family office to see if Nishtani knows where she is. So we're going to go and try and find Nishtani. Now, Nishtani is currently not in. So we're going to hopefully finish this room in one combo. There's only 3 enemies, but this can go slightly wrong. We're going to go to the side of this gun guy. Hopefully take him out. Nice, stay together. I slid a little too much because you're on 1 HP or like 1 kit. That sucks. That sucks. Oh well. They tell us that Nishtani is in jail. Nishtani has a connection to get him in jail. He's still in jail, obviously, after the events of before. And if we want to get into jail, we have to go and see Nishtani's connection, whose name is Billiken. He is a detective. He is a corrupt detective. And they head this way. There he is on the bridge. And usually your Yakuza games have pretty much one thing in common between most of them. It's a Colosseum section. And unfortunately, Yakuza 0's Colosseum is rough. Very, very rough. So what we're going to do is we're going to enter the Colosseum. Every single fight in the Colosseum is terrifying and horrific. This is Ginger Chapman. He doesn't have an EX mode, but he has a lot of hyper armor, and he has a knife. Knocking him on the floor is absolutely fantastic. This is a very good start to Ginger Chapman. He's going to try and stab me now, which is why I dodged. If I could take him out without using my heat, this would be fantastic. Ooh, that is amazingly good Ginger Chapman right there. Wow. Made that look easy. Next up, Dr. Kirihito. He has 2 knives, or claw hands, and yes, he has a heat mode. Also copious amounts of guard and hyper armor. So as you can probably tell, the key here is going to be using Nishtani strats. Now, when they go into their heat mode, they actually stand there, and they're completely vulnerable to getting Nishtani stratted. I want to build up a little bit of my heat towards the end of this fight. That is 2 immaculate fights. Which worries me. Because here he comes. The hardest one out of the 3. This one doesn't have a knife. Instead, he just has his fists. This lovely gentleman is named Dead Puncher, aptly named because he punches your runs dead. So Dead Puncher might not have a knife like the other 2, but he doesn't care. He has an insane amount of hyper armor, and he just doesn't care. When the second part of the fight begins after his heat phase, he's not going to want to stay on the floor either. A Dead Puncher is genuinely the hardest fight in the Colosseum, and he's terrifying. I love Dead Puncher, but please do not punch this run dead, because it's actually going okay. You know the drill. Nishtani strats. So when he next stands up, he's going to be in his EX mode, so I really hope that he stays on the ground and doesn't get up straight away, so that I can build up my heat for a Nishtani strat special. He is getting straight up. See, we do not have enough heat. So you saw that I started my combo early and backwards. Very specific. Ah, you got me before I actually managed to hit you. That sucks. That was almost a decent Dead Puncher. I'll take that, but that could have been like a good 5 to 10 seconds quicker. So, Dead Puncher, literally, post-heat mode, it's really hard to get him on the ground like that. And as you saw, he didn't want to stay on the ground either. Because he's one of the larger type enemies, like your Wen Lees, etc., he doesn't stay on the ground for a second round of Nishtani strat. Hard fight. It didn't look it, but genuinely, a hard fight. That is essentially almost 3 bosses back to back. And we're not done. There's one more. There's one more in this chapter. Oh boy. Oh boy. Billiken is going to take us to jail to meet Nishtani. Yep, this is happening. So Nishtani here. Nishtani here. He's a lovely lad. He likes being in jail. He likes being in jail because in jail, as he says, nobody can hurt him. People can't get in with weapons. It's actually a surprisingly safe place to be. But he does have fun in here. So, we're going to start off with a combo and hope he doesn't stab us. That was close. And now we're going to hope he stays down for the Nishtani strat. We're going to try and push him into this corner, because this corner enables us to keep him down for a long time. And we're going to try and get him down to as low HP as possible before we see the first of his 2 mid-fight QTEs. Shame. And we don't get the actual quick transition. How dare you? Nishtani is being a problem tonight. So you'll recognize all of this. Painful. So hopefully we can get enough hits in on him to be able to end the fight with a quick transition. Usually you just get him up straight away. I'm going to move away from him so that he goes straight into this. I used the wrong button. That's unfortunate. Please don't go on the floor. Thank you, sir. Whoopsie. Whoops. So, if he goes straight into his second phase, he actually just instantly ends the fight. You don't want to get stabbed there. That was not speed tech, that was me being stupid. Whoops. Never mind. that happens sometimes. Sometimes I just forget, you know, I got a button to press here. So we escape. Unfortunately, Nishitani gets shot. And then we find Sagawa. And we now know that the group that took Makoto is I believe the Nikkyo Consortium, who are hanging out at the Camellia Grove here, which is going to be just one long set piece in this chapter.
サガー班一人で大丈夫なんか？
心配すんなよ。見つけたら容赦なく殺すだけだろ。日教連だろうが世良だろうが牧村誠だろうが。
Sagawa is kind of out for blood at this point. Yeah. Yeah.
真島五郎さんですね。
せやったらなんやねん。
世良の親父はあなたを殺さずに事を収めたいと思っています。登場界の情けをかけられてるうちにこの件から身を引いてください。
大門隠してこそこそうろつくような男に情けかけられる覚えなんかないで。
聞く耳を持ってください。これ以上奥へ進もうとすれば。
The Camellia Grove is a really nice set piece with a bunch of like really unique enemies, and a lot of these enemies are a massive pain if you let them be.
どうしても引く気はないってことでいいんですね。
当たり前やろが。くどくど言っとらんで、誠返すか俺に殴られるか決めんかい。
どちらもお断りします。手加減は無用だ。日教連の恐ろしさを身をもって知らせてやれ。
So these normal enemies have a lot of hyper armor. We're really hoping that we're hoping that they stay together at the start here and that they behave. It's good. Beautiful. One combo is what you want there. Next up, I'm going to jump out of the water and you can see... Oh, he didn't actually hyper armor that. Interesting. Nice. That's a very, very good starting pattern to get. There's your hyper armor. So I'm going to start on this guy and then I'm going to work on everybody else after he's gone. Good start. Very good start. Alright, so we're going to run forward. Get behind this guy and push him hopefully back into this guy. Alright, either way. Wow, wasn't expecting that. Hoping to get multiple enemies at once, obviously. Just gonna spin a little, don't worry about it. I'm trying not to hit the furniture on the sides. That guy slowly edging towards me is not helping. So, in this set of enemies, you'll see two large lads and a knife thrower. You want to take care of the knife thrower first. And that's all of the furniture gone, sadly. Now, in this one, you'll see there's a guy with a purple arrow. He's a mini-boss. And you saw there the hyper armor and that he's really horrible. If you ever hit him in a combo, try and stick on him. But otherwise, take care of the knife thrower first, like we have done. That's why. Waited for a second so that he dropped his guard. Of course. Of course. Next up, your next set of unique enemies to this place. The geishas. Now, the geishas have a lot of hyper armor and a lot of guard. So whilst the usual rule of thumb is to spin at as many enemies as possible, with the geishas the rule of thumb actually changes to be attacking one of them that isn't guarded. Because that way the others will run towards you whilst you're taking out one that you can. See that? Yep. That's exactly what I mean. Not a bad room anyway. So we're going to run down here and get grabbed into this room. For this room, you actually want to start by going to the opposite end of the room first, because of the knife thrower. Everybody else will gather up in the meantime. It's a shame. really hoping you'd come over to me. That sucks. Nope. Not the greatest of rooms, unfortunately. So we're gonna head upstairs now. Head over to the right. Also, all of the QTEs have been tested to see which are faster and which aren't faster. For example, passing most of the QTEs in this game is actually faster. Surprise. So you'll see that I'm specifically trying to stay next to the wall, because when you take care of enough enemies... Sucks. Please stop. Thank you. A whole bunch more spawn in, and of course it's geishas this time, and if you're next to the wall and they spawn in, you can just attack them straight away. Aggro enemies again are not your friends. Be careful of them. That was a Sega! Yo, there's our extra completion point that we can't use anything with at this point. This guy is our biggest fan. We're gonna run along here, dodge the fan, start attacking him, and hopefully push him towards the left. Whole bunch of furniture here that does an insane amount of damage. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you hit me, bud. Careful of him reacting like that. You know what? I'm just gonna take him out with a Nishitani strap. It's a little slower than hitting him into the furniture, but this stops us from getting nastily broken. Switch to Breaker before the cutscene, that way you don't get penalized for switching styles. And then we come to the boss of the area. My wall textures are broken again. Good. So, this is Serra. Serra is the guy who took Makoto, but he is actually flying the flag for the Tojo. This is essentially like the secret Tojo affiliation that does all the dirty work, goes out and does all the things that other people don't want to do. And we're still gonna fight him. We are still gonna fight him.
あんたのやり方に従うは借やが俺も手っ取り早いんは言葉より拳やええやろやったるわ
Alright, so Serra is one of the hardest fights in the game, but only in the climax battle and only if you let him be. That's not what I want to do, so I'm just going to reset him here. So, you want to try and push him into a corner. Doesn't matter which corner, just get him into a corner. Makes it easier to keep him on the ground with Nishitani strats. And we're going to want to keep him out of his heat mode for as long as physically possible. Not good. Not good. We missed the kick on the way up. That's unfortunate, because this fight's now about to get hard. So, Serra has a move that he shows off a lot more frequently when he gets into his mid-fight heat range. That one. That is Serra's counter. It's one of the best counters in the game. Thanks, Serra. That was an okay fight, despite the fact that I messed up quite royally during it. Cool. Alright. So, as you know, every 2 chapters we go back to the other character. Now, on Serra's body we found a business card for a Tachibana real estate employee that goes by the name of Kazuma Kiryu. Flashback 8 hours before Majima gets to the Camellia Grove, and we are now Kiryu in Sotenbori. There are a couple of rules to follow and apply whilst you're in the other character's city. Whilst we're in the other character's city, there is no sub-stories, no shakedown. Those are the big two rules. We will never find either of them whilst we're here. So all we have to worry about is random fight spawns. We're less than an hour away from the end of the run, by the way, at this point. So as I said, everything starts going real fast at this point. Either way, what's going to happen is Oda's going to disappear. He's going to wait for a call from Tachibana. So what we're going to do in the meantime is we're going to go and speak to Oda again. We're going to go to the video shop on the other side of town, and then you're going to witness the biggest piece of speed tech in this entire run. So what we're going to do is going to take this taxi here. We're going to taxi over to the third point. The taxi points for Kiryu in Sotenbori are exactly the same as the taxi points for Majima in Sotenbori. You might think, well, duh. Yeah, that's kind of important, actually. That's going to come up. It's also your last chance to see him on the right-hand side of your screen right now. What's up, Libido? See you again. So Oda is in this hidden room in the back. He's waiting for a phone call from Tachibana, and he says to us that we should go get some lunch or something. This is actually the start of a 15-minute real-world wait. 15. 10 plus 5. It's a long time. So what we're going to do is we're going to very specifically taxi down here to Higuchi Kaikan. Kiryu is going to make the commentary that there was an explosion here, but it's probably not related to the empty lot, when we know that it was. That is very important, because in Sotenbori right now, there are 2 hidden triggers. One of them is that one there. The other one is at the Grand. You only need to see one of them. And the Grand has... the Grand has a long cutscene attached to it. So doing that one is actually a little more preferred, because it's a little quicker. So then we're going to play Space Harrier like we did back in Chapter 5. Except we're not. We're going to quit out instead. But I really want to play some Space Harrier, you know? Except we are in the middle of the speedrun, so we should probably just leave. And upon leaving Club Sega, we get the pager that indicates we have skipped a 15-minute real-world wait. And this is how we know that minigames constitute a period between 7 to 10 minutes, because one sub-story is not, or one play of Space Harrier is not enough to trigger the pager, but 2 is, provided you've gotten the hidden trigger beforehand. It was an amazing day when we found that out. I remember it very vividly because I was angry that we couldn't do karaoke, because we skip it twice during the run. So I decided to supplement that by doing karaoke here in Sotenbori. Turns out Kiryu won't do karaoke in Sotenbori. So instead what I did was I decided to do disco, because Kiryu would go disco. And when we came out of the split, randomly, we lost 7 minutes. How were we suddenly behind by 7 minutes? It didn't make any sense. Until we realised, actually, it does make sense. I get the guy on the right, which sucks, but this is fine. Disco freezes time. This is how we figured out that different minigames do different things. Disco freezes time. And we found out that arcade games, obviously, actually speed time up. A wonderful little fact, that. So, Kiryu is, yes, shooting people here. You want to be a little careful because there's one enemy that if you kill them too fast, the camera will glitch out here. Also, strats for legend difficulty, if you're struggling with this, take care of that guy and take care of the driver. You don't even have to worry about the guy with the shotgun. Make sure you reload between each wave. And again, a hot tip for legend if you're stuck on this bit. Don't bother with the minigun guy. So, what's happening here is the helicopter is glitched out at the minute. It's flying around too erratically than it usually does. It usually just stays in place. That's because we got through here too fast. Oops. It happens sometimes. We just gotta deal with it. So again, just deal with the rocket launcher guy. You don't have to worry about the minigun guy. I've hit so many bullets into the minigun guy, that's worrying. And then as soon as the rocket launcher guy goes, you just take care of the pilot. And that's that. That was a very bad shooting section at the end there. So if you don't want big plot spoilers for Yakuza 0, now is the time to listen away, because here comes the plot exposition dump. We're trying to hide out from Shibusawa's lot in this construction site. However, as it turns out, Oda's a bit of a naughty boy. Oda is the one that sold off Makoto Nakamura here, and Makoto Nakamura just so happens to be Tachibana's sister. Not good. So Oda's going to stay behind and try and delay Shibusawa's lot until we can get away. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by grabbing this car, use all 3 hits, take care of that guy, and then we want this barrel here. This barrel is the best attack weapon you can get. Don't like how we split everybody up here, that's not good. Usually you do a lot of a better job than this, but I have not. So this is Circular Sword Guy. Circular Sword Guy is frustrating. Circular Sword Guy's HP will get taken into the final phase of this depending on how much he has left. You want to be a little careful at the start here because he can rush forward. He did not this time. Thank you, Circular Sword Guy. QTE, don't mess it up. I'm reminding myself of that. Too bad. So remember again that Circular Sword Guy's HP carries over to this last part. You probably saw it as the camera turned there. You know exactly what we're going to grab. It's those gas cylinders right there. They are absolutely beautiful in terms of attack damage. Shooting forward. Grab canister. Hit everybody. Try and deal with Circular Sword Guy, but do be careful and try and make sure everybody's also lined up. A little hard to do. Goodbye, Circular Sword Guy. Not dead, though. This is unfortunate, because there's 2 enemies left. We're in the middle of them. That was a bad construction site as well. That's a shame. I kind of messed around with the enemies too much, which sucks. Oda's having a bad day. Unsurprising. Unsurprising. Anyway, that is the end of that chapter. And it is now time for chapter 14. That is the... It's not. It's not, actually. It's not. I'm stupid. I somehow forgot chapter 14. I don't know how I forgot this, because this chapter is kind of important. So, we brought Makoto back to Kamurocho. We're going to hide her with the hobos, which even the hobos say that's not a good idea. But alright. We're now going to head over to Little Asia to go and get Tachibana so that he can finally meet his sister. And we're going to head via the normal pathway here. Again, because we're Kiryu in Kamurocho, you can have sub-stories, you can have shakedown. The nice thing is, all we have to do is go over here. And in this chapter, we are going to get the final move upgrade for Beast. And the final move upgrade of the entire run. So, here's these guys. The Dojima family have found us at last. We're going to go into the corner, grab this cart, swing at everybody, and hopefully cleave as many people at the same time as possible. One hit left on it. Lovely job, mate. We're going to come down here and try and grab this cart. Mostly because the carts are pretty good in terms of weapons to use against these guys. That is unfortunate, because this guy has guarded that last hit a couple of times now. It's a shame. And with that, we're going to leave with Tachibana. Now, unfortunately, there is going to be a legendary assassin, Lao Gui, who is going to come and threaten Kiryu's life. He also does shoot Kiryu twice. Trust us on that. And he's not looking too bad for being shot, is he? And we're now going to go and try and get Tachibana back, but we're going to have to go and see Makoto first. But on the way through... I'm going down the wrong bit. Heck, I hate trying to traverse down here. It's really awful. We're going to see our BFF Nishiki. And we're going to become friends again. Hooray! Nice gunshot wounds, Kiryu, by the way. Sure. So what we're going to do at the start of this fight is we're going to start attacking this guy to try and take him out of the fight. Because the two we want to take care of are those two in the middle there. So I'm going to start by attacking this guy with the bike. Nice, those are the two I want. See how much damage this bike does? Do not use your heat coming out of this fight. Now, I didn't get to level up during the fight, but I'll level up after it, because what we want here is the last move, which you saw way earlier, like 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. It is Essence of the Beast Torment. Essence of the Beast Torment is one of the strongest heat attacks that you can get in the entire game, and you will see it, and you'll see it real soon. So, us and Nishiki, we're going to go and see Makoto as we said and give her the unfortunate news about her brother. Elder Chen in Little Asia is currently trying to find Nishitani. And as we leave, we are going to make a phone call to Elder Chen and see if he has found Tachibana or not. Nice little left to left audio there. So, as we make this phone call, Elder Chen is going to have found Tachibana. Unfortunately, he is being kept by a guy called Kuze. Yes, it is time for Kuze round 4. Now, you'll remember the word exception, because here we go with the exception. So, every single chapter in Yakuza 0 heals you with one exception. The chapter before the finale, which for Kiryu is this chapter. So, the last thing we're going to do with Kiryu here is Kuze round 4, which is going to lead us into the finale, which, apart from one fight in between, which can be a problematic fight, leads you straight into Kuze round 5. So, any HP damage we take coming out of this is going to go into the finale. Which is where the run is going to start to get exceptionally dangerous, because we're going to be copping a few hits to Kuze round 5, and probably Kuze round 4. Again, an unskippable cutscene, and one of the most satisfying punches you'll ever see in any video game. You laid the dead on the floor, by the way.
そうかい。なるようになっちまうもんだな。くぜ
Been running this game for almost 3 years, and that punch never gets old. It is Kuze round 4. Now, because we have full heat, we can launch straight into a combo against Kuze and hopefully not get hit in the meantime. If you have a less than 1 heat bar, you actually don't have the speed to be able to do this. Whilst we're here, we're going to take care of some of Kuze's ads, because they are going to get in the way. I prefer to not use this cart until we've used Essence of the Beast's Torment, but unfortunately, this is problematic and we're going to just have to use it now. Now, the one exception to Essence of the Beast's Torment is if Nishiki grabs onto Kuze. I don't know how we got this heat attack, but it's good because it's quick and it's strong. Essence of the Beast's Torment is still a little better. Take care of the ad. Allow me to demonstrate why. Watch Kuze's HP bar. Oh wait, it doesn't exist anymore. Essence of the Beast Torment does a little over 1 full HP bar's worth of damage. Essence of the Beast Torment is insanely strong. And as I said, it's the strongest heat move that we will be getting in this run, and it's also going to be utilised towards the final boss, and also Kuze 5, to be able to get them to a certain HP threshold so that we don't end the fight too early, and we know when we're going to take them into their next phase of their fights. All of this is optimized. So we're going to head to the Champion District. I've made a mistake. I was supposed to have taxied. Oh well. Too late. I'm already running. So, you can't enter via the bottom of the Champion District. There's a fight spawn here, but again, this is why we went and got Cash Confetti on Majima. Majima has a lot more running around than Kiryu to do, which is why if you can get Sprint level 3, that is the best thing you could ever get. This cone is in my way. Movement in the old engine is rougher than the new engine, because in the new engine, physics are great and you can just break everything. In the old engine, you walk up to something and it's an immovable boulder that will never get out of your way, even an ankle-high traffic cone. Good luck. And as we leave, we're going to find some members of the Shimano family. So at this point, we cannot ever see Shakedown with Majima again. Basically, you hit like the 2.5 hour mark. Majima never sees Shakedown again. It's just gone. One chapter, you just straight go to the Camellia Grove, so you never see him. Hence why Shakedown is more of a factor in the first half of the run than the last half. And again, we don't care about money at this point. We don't care about money on Kiryu at this point either. We're all good at this point, so we're just going to run forward. It's very rare you'll ever get a 1 combo in this fight. It's very, very hard to do. You can see that everybody, even when we went into the majority of them, kind of split up. One guy on the right there is aggro. Leave him alone. Because he's aggro, he will actually run over to us. Shame that didn't take care of these two. Not the greatest of fights. Can't really say much more than that. So we go and meet Shimano. And Shimano actually says, you know, if you can get me this empty lot, then, you know, I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you, and I'll let you back in the family. So we're not feeling too great. We get beat up by a bunch of random thugs. Literally, Majima's at his current lowest. He's kind of fallen in love with Makoto. And obviously, she is missing. No idea where. And the one tip that we had was Kazuma Kiryu, who used to be a member of the Kazuma family. So we're going to go over to the Kazuma family office to see if we can find Kiryu. Unfortunately for us, we don't. We find somebody else. Somebody far more terrifying. We find the living legend himself, Kashiwagi. Now, Kashiwagi's fight isn't that terrifying on easy. We don't want him to go into his mid-phase QTE too early because that second phase is nasty. But speaking of the mid-phase QTE, that's the dangerous part. Allow me to demonstrate. We want to try and push Kashiwagi towards the wall if possible so we can keep him on the floor. You know the drill. Kashiwagi is one of these characters that really likes to stand up if he's given half a chance. Fantastic. If you're wondering what I'm waiting for visual-wise, one foot on the floor. So hopefully we can push him into this corner. Again, we want him to stay down as long as possible. This is looking good. Now, the next time Kashiwagi gets up, I want you to pay very close attention to his mid-fight QTE. It's not damage QTE, which is why I'm getting him to 1 HP. Watch this. See how fast that was? You have even less time to react to that on Legend difficulty. And I'd like to point out that if you are on Legend difficulty and you do not get any HP upgrades on Majima, that QTE, if you fail it, takes away more than 7/8, just slightly more than 7/8 of your max HP. If you are not at full HP and you fail that QTE, you are dead. And a reminder that Legend difficulty, if you die, you go back to your last hard save. That is why Kashiwagi is the most terrifying fight in this entire game. And I love it. And here's the unfortunate one. Nishiki. Watch his HP bar, especially when he went this way. The furniture has just absolutely chunked Nishiki's HP away, and he's now down to almost 1 bar of HP. The trouble is, I'm going to do the quick move here in the hopes that he doesn't glitch out. Nishiki can glitch out. Instead of going to the next phase of the fight, he will just stand here and he can literally lose you 2 minutes to a random ass glitch. The aura is a good sign. Fast transition, please. Nope, he needed to grab me with that. So if he grabs you with that, that's supposed to be the fight transition to this part. Shame. Shame it didn't happen, but at least we got a quick Nishiki. Again, if he randomly glitches out, you can lose 2 minutes. I was on world record pace once by like 30 seconds, and Nishiki cost me the run. Because he just glitched out. Genuinely one of the most painful ways to lose a run. So with that, we're going to head over to the empty lot, the one that Makoto owns. No fight spawn outside means there's probably a fight spawn inside. There is, but it's one of the ones we have to interact with, so that's good. We remember wise words from Shimano. Those words have never been uttered in our lives. And we find Makoto here, and she's actually starting to get her vision back. Now comes one of the most painful parts of the speedrun. It's good casually, but speedrun-wise, it's not that great. Which is my review for Yakuza 5 speedrun, funnily enough. We are supposed to go and get some takoyaki with Makoto, and we have to walk around the city. And basically, as we walk around the city, you'll see via the minimap that we are the shape of an arrow, and when we get more than 1 arrow's length away from Makoto, she's going to have to catch up with us. And you saw that she randomly fell over there. That's about to happen a lot. And unfortunately, we can't run in this part either. All we can do is walk. There is literally a money bounty on somebody finding a way to run in this part without using external tools or loading up a prior save, etc. Although maybe that would work, I don't know. Because you can't exactly fairly certain I've tried to load the save at the start of the chapter before. I'm fairly certain you can't do it. Either way, we're going to walk to the takoyaki stand, and you can see that there is a massive queue here. When the characters are talking like this, she won't fall over, which is a shame. It's completely random when she does, other than that. And unfortunately, they're not going to wait in the queue, and we're going to have to go to the other takoyaki stand, which is in Theatre Square. Which means another about 2 minutes of walking around. So, unfortunately, there's not really much to say here. So, Zet, I don't know if you're still with me. If you are, if you've got anything to say, now would be an absolutely perfect time.
I am still with me. First of all, does my mic sound alright?
Absolutely perfectly fine.
Okay, I did some settings in Discord. Apparently it works better with Focusrite with other settings. So let's hope I'm getting no more roboty. Unfortunately, nothing new to read, but I just want to remind the audience that we are raising funds for the Freiland in Potsdam. This is the location where the previous events of SpeedCon, or ESA Germany, GSM, whatever this marathon has been named in the past, have been taking place. It's an awesome, cozy, familiar marathon for those who have been there. You're welcome to join at any time when this COVID misery is over. And we are helping this location to survive because, as you can imagine, they are struggling a lot without all the events and everything that is, which has to be cancelled due to COVID. And we really want to help them out so that we can continue the marathon. If you come along, and I will be happy to serve you my traditional spaghetti cooking at SpeedCon, which is happening annually. It's a nice little food for the attendees. So also, I don't know, I think this run is still going for a few minutes, and if I would be super duper happy if we could break the €200 barrier. We are not that far actually, so just need 27 more euros. That is, if about half of you viewers just chips in €1, we've already done it. Do you think that would be possible, viewers? That would be so awesome. So do us a favor and make us proud.
Yeah, that would be absolutely fantastic. For reference, I'm currently 51 seconds behind... 51 seconds, yeah. 51 seconds behind PB pace. So with that, we've got roughly about 30 minutes of the run left. This is literally like the 30-minute mark. So, getting close. Either way, we finally found takoyaki with Makoto. Decided to actually go and get some more here. It's 51 seconds with 3 optional fights in it, might I add. Other than that, this has been a pretty good run. It's been a very good run. I ran out of stamina. I'm stupid. God damn it. So, we're going to run back here and we're going to find that Makoto is gone. Unfortunately, she has disappeared. This homeless guy gave us a message from Makoto saying, meet me at the empty lot, blah 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 blah. So we're going to go there now. So this again is one of those times where Majima has to just run across more of Kamurocho than Kiryu does. So we got to be a little careful here. I ran into a fight spawn there, which was not the smartest of plans, but you know, it worked out. Pretty much worked out. Again, no fight spawn out here means there's probably one inside of here, so when I get to about this point, I'm going to hold my stamina. And then run. Would you look at that? It's a fight spawn. You see? You see? Once you played this game enough, you know where the fight spawns are. So, these are kind of like the longest remaining cutscenes in the run. We're up here waiting for Makoto to come and visit us. We're just having a cigarette. And unfortunately... Unfortunately... For eventually... Come open the door. That's not Makoto. Or that. Or him. Or him. Or them. Unfortunately, Makoto is not coming. Makoto sent us a lovely little present in the form of these guys, the Shibusawa family, because Makoto has gone to see... They're the ones that did Nishtani in, sadly. Makoto has gone to see the 3 lieutenants of Dojima. Shibusawa, Awano, and Kuze. Which, I think, as we all know, is a really bad idea. A really, really bad idea. So... this is the part where Majima's starting to get a little angry. So we're gonna deal with this fight. Once again, the usual rule of thumb, there's 2 guys with knives in here and a guy with a baseball bat. Knives first and then the baseball bat. But then you've got the other factor of if there are a couple of enemies together, oh, the wooden sword guy as well, don't forget him, he's dangerous. Have a couple of enemies together, do aim for them. So, knife guy first. If I can finish this off in this group of enemies, that'd be great. Nope. Shame, this guy had too much HP. I kind of spread the enemies a little too far apart in that fight. That's my fault. Either way, with that, we are going to go to... we're going to go to... find Makoto over at the Sebastian building. That's the one. Couldn't remember what the building was called. And as I said earlier, when you're Majima in Kamurocho, much like Kiryu in Sotenbori, you don't have to worry about shakedown. You do have to worry about the fight spawn at the Vincent Crossroad. There's a bad version of it right there. Beautiful. And the nice thing is we do have cash confetti if we need it. Not gonna use it, because we're able to get good movement away from them. And it's over to the Sebastian building. Now, reminder that the last chapter before the finale doesn't heal you, and this is Majima's last chapter. Try not to lose too much HP. Here's a bunch of guys. We're just gonna beat up a bunch of guys, because that's what we do. There's no real method of dealing with this encounter or the encounter afterwards. It's just a lot of dudes, and we got to find a good way of dealing with them. So essentially, it's going to be like before, where we're going to spin a lot. We're going to start going in a counterclockwise direction, because we're going to hope that everybody kind of like gathers up that way, because they usually do. You'll usually find that the group kind of splits itself in half a little bit, and you have to kind of react. So start on the right, head. Didn't want him to go down. So I'm basically just using my mini-map and seeing, you know, there's a big group of enemies over here, we'll just take care of them first. Only one is a shame. One enemy aggroed. Now the aggro enemies are fine again, you saw that he hyper-armored there. Just be careful how many aggro. If too many enemies aggro, that's a bad thing. Hello. Bad fight. Next, the last fight of this chapter. An even bigger fight. An even bigger fight. So, we're going to start over here, and we're going to start spinning from the right to the left. Big group of enemy over here. Let's try and take care of them. Again, watch out for the aggro enemies in this part. And once we've taken care of a certain number of enemies, we will actually, spawn in the last enemy of this enemy spawn. Should be like 2 or 3 more. There's one. That is like 3 aggro enemies right now, and that's not good. Start taking one of them out. And Makoto, it was free. Yeah, it was free. Not bad. This is the last enemy. He's a large lad, which means he has drop kicks and hyper armor, and he's awful. We're going to try and take him out as fast as possible. Nice, he didn't actually guard for ages there. I'm actually going to Nishtani strat him because I want him gone. I just want him gone. And then the last guy, who somehow predicted that I would run up to him. Clever. Either way, Makoto got shot. The others get away. Sarah comes along and she's whisking her to A&E. And that is going to set us up for our finale. So again, gentle reminder, the HP that we brought into this finale is the HP we're set at. Now with Kiryu, we have a lot of HP, which is nice. Majima less so, which is less nice. Either way, we're in the empty lot. All melancholic. Nishiki here. He's going to warn us about this crazy guy who came along and beat up both him and Kashiwagi named Majima Goro. And then we're going to get in a pager from Sarah. Now, if you remember about half an hour ago, when we were running through Little Asia, there was a very specific save point inside of Little Asia. Now, to get a phone call from any of the pages here, we have to go to any payphone that's on the map. So you can see that there's literally so many dots that you can choose from. But the dot that you want to choose from is currently not on the map. What we're going to do is we're going to head over to Little Asia. From the south part, head in the door, and you'll see there's now one extra arrow on our mini-map. It's this save point right here, which works for the pager. And fun fact, the pager is Sarah, who says he's waiting for us at Elder Chen's restaurant, which is conveniently nestled inside of Little Asia. And so with that, we're going to run on over to the restaurant, speak with Sarah and Elder Chen, and then we're going to go and grab Nishiki. So, good fight spawn at the Vincent Crossroads, do appreciate that. As soon as we get here, there is going to be a fight. If you remember rightly, I said that there is a small fight before we fight Kusei 5. So, this fight isn't hard, it's just problematic. So, in this fight, we've got one guy with a knife, one guy with a stun rod, and one guy with a baseball bat. You already know what to do here. Aim for the knife and the stun rod, but be careful of the baseball bat guy. So what we're going to do is we're just going to walk into them, start with a normal combo against the knife guy and the guy with the stun baton. And we're going to try and go over here and grab either the tree or the sign. I prefer the sign. I don't really want the baseball bat, so that's good. Oh, don't hit me, thank you very much. That broke, which is a shame. So, the nice thing about having the stun rod or the knife is that the enemies can't actually guard against the knife or the stun rod. That's why we will take our time to pick up one of the two. And with this, it is time to end Kiryu's section. You can see via the minimap that we are being shepherded in a very specific direction. Despite that, and despite the fact that there are no sub-stories on the map, Shakedown is on the map. So for a fifth and final time, can we see the Shakedown? Let's find out. It's completely random where he spawns. He can spawn outside of the bits that you can walk down, so there's no guarantee. He's not down there. It's not looking good for the Shakedown forecast, I'm afraid. That's a fight spawn. Not there. Not there. That's a normal fight spawn. Nope. 4 is the amount of shakedowns that we had today. A nice, reasonably low number, but higher than the average. And here we are. The final Kuze. The streets are completely clear. We're fighting by the gate. The infamous Kamurocho gate. He put it best. And this is the final Kuze. So we're going to do this in a very specific method. We're going to go back here first, grab this sign, hit Kuze with a full combo. Essence of the Beast Torment. I'm going to put his HP bar down to yellow. We're going to switch to Rush. Run past Kuze. Over here to this motorbike here. Not the sign. I really want the motorbike. That's bad. Thank you. That's not what I want. Where did I even grab this from? Thank you for breaking that. I appreciate it. Kuze is so aggressive. The motorbike, because the motorbike is ridiculously strong. Look at his HP. Get ready for the best no-sell you've ever seen in your life. And with that, we're going to run forward with the bike, look at that damage, and then hit Kuze with the last hit to the bike that broke. Unfortunate. Kuze is acting up. Oh my god. Kuze, please. That's a terrible Kuze fight. You never hear the chorus like that. Yay. Could you stop? I'm gonna die. So I've got a problem. So I've got a big problem. You need to come out of that fight with all of your heat. And, yeah, that didn't happen. So we got a problem. Also, we're now nowhere near PB pace. So it's definitely not happening. So. I do have a healing item for my heat. Not a good one. I hope it's enough. I really hope it's enough. It's very, very important you come out of this fight with your heat. For the start of the final set piece. And this is like a really nice ending to Kuze and Kiryu's feud, because at the very end of it, like at the end of Kuze 4 started to show Kiryu some respect by saying, you know, he's turning into a real Yakuza. And Kiryu here shows the respect back to Kuze. It's a nice way to end their little feud. Like, it's been 5 Kuze fights, and they finally have respect for one another. It's good stuff. Look at me, I'm dying. Well, time to heal. That should be more than enough heat. Good. Probably should have had the HP as well, but it should be fine. Should be fine. So, by saying Nishiki, I'm ready to end it. That gets you past the point of no return with Kiryu. So, if you had to fight Kuze for a 5th time, what amazing things are we going to have to do with Majima before his finale? Well. Majima's gonna get up. And we're gonna talk to the door, that's it. There's no big fight, there's no grand plan, it's just, there's the door. That's it. So, time for the final set piece. So this is the reason why you needed to keep your heat coming out of Kuze. Change to Brawler. Watch out for the guy with the gun. And the guy with the grenade. Run over to this guy and use your heat attack. Listen carefully. Gunshot. In here, we're going to run down to this guy with the gun, and we're going to start with Beast, and we're going to start attacking him. Remember that weapons are also affected by Golden Fist. I want to grab this healing item. It's a Stamina Royale. I'd want to grab it anyway, even if I wasn't, you know, losing a couple of HP bars at this point. That's bad that this guy's over here. Very bad, actually. Okay. Is this death range from a gunshot? It might be, actually. Shimmy forward. Take care of the guys with the guns. Then, obviously, grab a gun. I see guns over there. Thank you. Why it wouldn't let me quick shoot there. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Switch to rush. Grab Stamina Royale on the way through. Next part. The reason we're grabbing these Stamina Royales is for this bit. Run to the left and hug the left wall so we can get to the fight trigger quicker. Grab the table. Get drop kicked. Grab the table again. Have this guy block everything. Go over here. Get knocked to the floor. Grab the table. Use the heat move because he's being a pain in the backside. Okay. That's dangerous. That's put me on a heat bar high enough that I don't want to heal because of this guy. The trouble is, there's a thing that we like to call gun corridor coming up afterwards, so I will take that safety heal, if you don't mind. So what we're going to do after this, we're going to switch to rush. We want the double quick step out of this, because down the end of the corridor, two guys with guns. They're out of sync, which isn't the worst thing in the world, I'll tell you. That is a very successful gun corridor, thank goodness for that. That's one of the scariest parts of this finale, like a shadow of a doubt. It might look easy, but that can go horrifically wrong because of the desync between the gun guys at the end. Three large lads with their dangerous drop kicks. Here, just use any weapon you can, and if somebody is able to be hit, hit them. I should have used the heat attack there from that. Oh well. See how they're just guarding everything? This guy has the most HP. Really? Aim for the other guy? That's unfortunate. This fight is literally just beast it up. Now comes the awkward part. Beast's hitbox is too big to get through this gate, so we're going to shimmy along and hope that they all get together, which is unfortunate because they haven't. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay, that was lucky. So he's fired, so he has a short delay on his next attack. Hi. You don't want to pick up the gun, but I picked up the gun. Switch to rush. You want to get to the last part with your heat bar as high as possible. And that is the end of Kiryu's section of the finale for now. Which means, over we go. Some of the best music in the game. We're going to start with a normal combo because Majima's going to kick all of this furniture at everybody. This furniture's going to do a lot of damage. This guy in the suit is the one you want to aim for because he has the highest defense out of all of them. Too bad. Turn it around. Spin back to the other guy. He's aggroed, he would have run over to us anyway, but he took so long to get up, we just went there anyway. We're going to go around here, turn the corner, there's going to be 3 enemies. Make sure you aim for that large lad on the right. His name is Yoshi, he's avoiding his taxes. He's also the worst one out of the 4. 3 of them, yes. It's a shame. That guy has 1 HP, he'll get up and he'll aggro. Now look at what's happening here. Can you see this? Can you see the hyper armor that's just juggling me right now? That's why these three are a problem. Moved away so that he dropped his guard by walking towards me. Off we go. Remember the similar looking corridor earlier when we were Kiryu here? Well, fun fact, you just run past it. In this room. Hit the door. Dodge the guy with the gun. And then hit the guy with the gun, preferably to the left so the gun doesn't go out of bounds. Thank you very much. You're alive. Thank you. Switch to Fog. Everybody's taken a little bit of a beating, which should mean they're dead. Apart from you, apparently. Curious. Either way, knocked him to the floor. I would have preferred to have stayed as Fog here, but this isn't too bad. We're going to go up the stairs now. And when we're at the top, we're going to want to switch to Thug. We're going to want to be careful. That's bad, because I don't want to get shot by this guy. But what I do want is his shotgun. That's very unfortunate. I'll just do this instead then. You're supposed to drag him to the wall and then use the heat move. This is to stop the shotgun from despawning through the floor, because yes, that's a thing that can happen. Unfortunately, this guy is the only one that didn't get hit by 2 shots, which means we just gotta take him out. Reminder that you don't have any healing items on Majima. If you need a healing item, you can go use the bathroom there and grab one, because oh god, here comes this fight. This is the worst fight in Majima's entire game. This guy in the middle loves his wrestling. He loves to do flying DDTs, and these guys have guns, which, thankfully, they stay together. That's not good, because now I'm going to get shot. Please don't do that again. I just asked you nicely, and you'd still hit me. Thank you very much. I'm seriously asking you nicely to please not do that. We're taking them down, and you'd probably think to yourself, Froob, use the gun on this guy. Doesn't work. Some enemies have a massive resistance to bullets. This beautiful guy is one of them. And when you hit him too many times with his guard up, he also has a counter. Iguchi sounds very similar to Ibuchi, which, hey, very similar to a different kind of enemy we fight with Majima in Kiwami 2. Grab this if you need it for safety. It's the one and only healing item we get in the run, but I didn't really need it here. I'm just going to get it because I'm not playing particularly well right now. Bother. And so we start the final boss gauntlet. The very first time that we are going to fight him, it is a Wano. What a beautiful fight this is. Good old Wano and his old Wano grunting noises. Here we go. Yeah. I ain't got anything other to say than that, to be honest. So, Wano's fight starts a little rough. What we want to do is we want to attack him and take him into a specific area. We're going to have to do a little bit of work to be able to do that. It's a very big arena. But by taking him into that place, we'll be able to keep him on the ground to be able to Nishitani strat him and do an insane amount of damage with some furniture. So, we're going to run towards him and go to the left-hand side. We want to push him towards those chairs there. We're pushing him a bit too far backwards. So I'm going to readjust. It's a shame we didn't get full hits out of that. I'm going to intentionally wait and get Nishitani strat off so that we don't mess this up. We don't want to see Wano's second phase. Wano's second phase is kind of awful. Still a couple of pieces of furniture left. Very good damage. Keeping him here keeps him on the ground. That's not good. Oh, bother. QTE. That's a dangerous QTE. So this is Wano's most dangerous phase, and he has a lot of HP. One of the other bad things about Slugger that I have failed to mention is that you cannot use Slugger Heat Move if an enemy is attacking. And at this point, Wano is exceptionally aggressive. He's going to be attacking all the time. This is a well-recovered Wano fight. That is an insanely well-recovered Wano fight. That's very lucky. It's very lucky. So, Majima's final fight. That's Sohei Dojin, by the way, he's gone. That's Lao Gui. Talked about him earlier. Best is 1 kill on the floor. So much for the best assassin in the world, by the way. Yaneda has as many kills as this guy. So, what's going to happen here is the same strat that we just did with Awano. We're going to try and push him into the corner where all the furniture is. But the nice thing is, I don't even have to use this hand to do it. Yes, Lao Gui is lined up absolutely perfectly, and there goes literally almost 2 HP bars. Beautiful. So we're going to try and keep him on the ground. This is going to be a little unfortunate because Lao Gui sometimes stands up. But we don't want him to stand up. He is being very considerate. He's staying down. Excellent. So, Lao Gui is, again, somebody that we do not want to see his other forms until the very end of the fight. We should be able to do that now. Let's see. We're going to try and get a tiny bit more damage out because I'm fairly certain there's only 1 damage QT out of a lot of them. Oh, that's beautiful. Let him up. Go on, Lao Gui. Get to your next phase. Excuse me. Thank you. Gotta play nicely with me here, bud. This is the phase you don't want to see. This is the nastiest phase out of all of Lao Gui's, and it's gone. Just like that. I don't know if that's a strong gun or a weak sword. It's impressive either way. This guy is now going to crush our other eye. Thanks very much. This is our damage. It's going to get into 1 HP. And much like with the other bosses, we're just going to run up and go. Boop. Beautiful. Quick transition into the final fight. This is Shibusawa. Now, Shibusawa is kind of a copy of Kiryu in that he has 3 different phases where the game kind of wants you to use all of your styles. Ooh, we're gonna beast it. So again, very, very strict method of attacking Shibusawa. We're going to start off by doing a normal combo. By doing that normal combo, we're going to knock Shibusawa to the ground. Attack him a few times. If you have a heat deficit, that gets it back. Essence of the Beast Torment. This gets his HP into perfect position for his next phase. And his next phase is the dangerous one. Give him a little kick on the floor. Let him up. There you go. Beautiful. So, Shibusawa Phase 2. AKA Beast Mode. Beast versus Beast is about to go as sloppily as you can imagine because we're literally just going to tank everything. And so is Shibusawa. So we want to try and grab the table. It's a little hard. It's surrounded by chairs. Table is good stuff. Look at that. With the last hit, the table do the heat move. It doesn't matter. We'll be able to build our heat back up. Very beautiful. That's probably last phase. Beautiful. All right, here we go. So, the goal of this final phase is to get him to 1 HP to skip an entire phase of his final QTE. Beautiful choreography in this fight, by the way. Start by attacking Shibusawa with a normal combo. I'm sad that he got his guard up. Do not Essence of the Beast Torment just yet. I don't actually have the heat for it, so haha. I do now. That is going to put him at just around 1 HP, if not 1 HP. That is beautiful. Hit him once on the ground. Oh no. That might be enough. We'll find out. That should be enough. That should be enough. Get ready on time. It's coming up. That should be enough. We're about to find out. It was enough. Get ready on time. Time is on this final QTE. Time. Considering I haven't had a chance to practice the run, considering, you know, it was a last-minute addition, I'll take a 357. Absolutely. Heck of a good run, honestly. Not bad. 3 optional fights as well. I'll take only a 2-minute over my PB. We were within a minute at one point. Like, that's good stuff. Zero is good fun. I love this run. Yeah, that's about it. That is about it. So, Zet, have you got anything to say?
Yeah, I actually do. First of all, GG for this amazing run. How far away are you from your PB?
2 minutes, 18 seconds.
That's
Reminder
really
that we
good
were only
considering.
a minute going into the finale, so I lost a minute in that finale. That's how hard that finale is.
Yeah, something really amazing happened right before the finale. Ironically, just when I took a bathroom break, because Tiny Tim has done it and donated 27 euros. And through which donation we have reached the amazing 200 euro milestone. They say, hey all, Froob, the most amazing Yakuza around. Good luck with the run. Cheers. And considering the time was quite good, I think the good luck worked out. So thank you so much, Tiny Tim, for this amazing donation. Really means the world to us at the SpeedCon community.
Yep. I appreciate it as well. Thank you so very much. Thank you for the well wishes as well. I guess I'll just say my outro. The Yakuza community has come on leaps and bounds over like the last year or so. It started with just 3 of us, and now there's multiple of us. Again, follow Hoxie earlier, who ran Yakuza Kiwami. Follow Villar, who was hopefully supposed to do Ishin today, but unfortunately couldn't. You'll see him do Ishin runs on his own channel. We've got a couple of other really amazing runners in the community as well. The likes of Tapioca, the likes of Just Say Kuro, who's also doing runs of this and is actually starting to challenge for my 0 PB, which that hasn't happened in like almost 3 years at this point, so that's exciting. And yeah, if you're interested in Yakuza speedrunning, we finally set up a speedrunning Discord. Took us only a couple of years, but we did it. On the Yakuza Discord or on the Yakuza leaderboards of each individual games, you can find the guides for every single game written up, except for Zero Cough. So yeah, if you want to get into Yakuza running, the community is literally bubbling at the minute, and we'd love to have you if you want to learn a Yakuza game. There's a whole bunch of different ones you can choose from. Don't recommend starting with 5. The 5's not bad, but 5 is long. You can start with 0 if you want. It's got nice bits of downtime in the middle of it, or you could start with something like K2, which is the fastest Yakuza run out there. It's good fun. Yeah. Thank you for having me at short notice, and enjoy the rest of the marathon.